Well, hello everyone. Here we are. We've made it to another year. And I'm glad you're here with me. I of course am Pop Culture Mechanic. You can call me Pop for short. And today is sort of a different anime stream. We'll have some guests on hopefully. People want to stop in and say hi and you know, um share what they've how their year's been. And I see we already got our first degenerate in here, Jake D. Welcome. So until things get rolling, I'm going to just do what I always do, and that is start out with the news of the week. Let's see what's going on out there in the anime sphere. Dahlia and Bloom TV anime reels main cast staff debut and teaser video. 100 here's a good one. 100 girlfriends who really love you. Anime gets second season. Of course, we knew this was going to happen. Nothing wrong with having a second season, especially with a fun one like that. Shangri-La Frontier Anime's new promo video previews second part's opening theme, Danger, Danger. Kizuno Monogatari Koyomi Vamp compilation film gets North American screenings in 2024. Moving along to Monday, Love Live, Nijigasaki High School Idol Club Projects Neon Anime gets second season in April. One season is not enough for only 100. I know, right? Like we're gonna have to have like what 10 seasons. And in the last episode, they were sort of give us a preview of who's going to be next. So I thought that was pretty good. Studio apartment, good lighting, angel included. Anime reveals ending theme song by Sound Orion. Shinobanai Crypto Ninja Sakuya anime gets second season in January. I've never even heard of that one. The Seven Deadly Sins, Four Nights of the Apocalypse anime reveals theme song artists for next part. The Apothecary Diaries anime's new video preview second part reveals new cast. Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World 3 anime reveals April 2024 debut in video. High Card anime's second season adds more cast, streams promo video. Okay. I didn't even watch the first season of High Card because I heard it wasn't that great. Compass Anime Project streams third promo video. Oh, Sandland. Sandland Games behind the scenes video highlights Basecamp. I still have to watch the movie. I definitely want to see more Sandland. And now they got it for a game for the PS4, PS5, Xbox, and PC. Ron, Kamonohashi's Forbidden Deductions anime confirms second season. Firefighter Daigo, Rescue in Orange anime reveals key visual for show's second part. Okay, so they're going ahead with more of that. Spy Anya, Operation Memories, Life Sim games opening movie streamed. Oh, it's for the Switch and PS5, PS4, and PC. There you go. Get up some Spy Family video game. Takara Tomi's Shinkaleon franchise gets new TV anime. The Boy and the Heron becomes first animated film to win Best Picture at Florida Critics Circle. Okay. Hey, Jay's daddy, how you doing? Nice to see you. Just going through the news of the week here. A man who defies the world of BL manga gets new live action show. Okay, we'll skip by that one. I'm not up for the BL, that's for sure. 27th Detective Conan Films trailer reveals Kaito Kid's true target. Still should have been Boy in the Harem. You know what? Maybe that one's coming along. Spy Family Code White Film opens at number 1 in Japan with 1.2 billion yen. Oh man, people must love Spy Family. I mean, it is a damn good show, but they're just killing it with their film. Good for them. You okay, Jake D? Freezing over there? I'm going to Tuesday. Oh, not much on Tuesday, but Ishura Anime's main promo video previews Sajo no Hana's opening song. The Seventh Time Loop. The Villainous Enjoys a Carefree Life anime's second promo video previews theme song. Butoreba, the story of a man turned into a pig anime's 12th episode delayed until after January 2024. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up on any of that with the guy turned into a pig. 2024 Doraemon film reveals comedy duo Kaguya as guest cast. Going along to Wednesday. Kaito's Mob Kara Hajimaru Tansaku Heiyuten light novel series gets TV anime adaptation. Sound Euphonium 3 anime reveals teaser trailer. Your sad will be a whole year till you get more of your favorite anime, though it could use more waifus. Oh, yes. Don't you worry, Jay's daddy. There should be some good shows coming up. Uma Musume Pretty Derby franchise gets anime film in May 2024. Okay, so you got girls. These are horse girls that run around the track, so they're getting their own film. Muv-Luv alternative game Switch version launches on March 28th. Dragon Quest Tact smartphone game ends English service in February. Oh, once again, Dragon Quest, or once again, a phone game ends service. Watch out for those, you guys. Adjusted for yen inflation, that's about $8,509,200 US. Wow. That's a lot of yen inflation, Jake D. Firefighter Daigo Rescuer in Orange anime reveals second ending theme by Mika Nakashima. Tekken 8 game adds Kuma as playable character, so you get to play as a bear. North American Anime Wrangler releases. Don't worry about that. Full Metal Alchemist mobile game ends service on March 29th. Another one. Tell you guys, watch out for those mobile games. They shut them down at any time. Persona 3 Reload Games video highlights school life. Engage Kill smartphone game and a game for Engage Kiss franchise ends service on March 21st. Once again, another smartphone game. You wish it was closer to 1-for-1 with the dollar? Yeah, I mean, that'd be all right. $1 is about 141 yen. Oh, I see. Well, you guys have a strong dollar. That's a benefit for you. Kitty Bear over on Rumble. How you doing? A pity view? At least there's somebody over on Rumble. Let's see. Engage, kill, smartphone. Okay, we did that one. Welcome to Japan, Ms. Elf. Novel gets anime. Okay, that could be a good one. We'll see. Moving up to Thursday, Akayaku Reiju Tensai Oji-san manga listed with anime. Pity viewing me here too. Thanks, Kitty Bear. Future Boy Conan anime gets stage play adaptation in May, June of 2024. Kingdom Anime's fifth series reveals main promo video, 2 new cast members. Kinnikuman Perfect Origin Hen Anime's first promo video reveals May cast members Mamoru Miyano, Akira Kamiya. So Kinnikuman's coming back, also known in the States as Ultimate Muscle. Jujutsu Kaisen anime gets sequel adapting Culling Game arc. I know there was a lot of people that were very excited about Jujutsu Kaisen. Ragna Crimson anime's second parts promo video reveals Saji's opening song. "'Tis time for torture." Princess Anime's ad previews Levely's ending song. This sounds like a mandatory watching for anybody that's part of the Wupstotska Empire. "'Tis time for torture." JJK Culling Game arc is going to be wild. Okay, yeah, I have not been keeping up with Jujutsu Kaisen. There's just so much to watch. Crunchyroll adds Dropkick on My Devil TV anime spin-off. Yes, Jake D. Danmachi Memoria frees smartphone games international versions end service on February 28th. I hope you didn't like your Danmachi smartphone game because it's going away like they all do. Moving along to Friday, Overwatch 2 gets manga one-shot about Kiriko. I don't know if we have any Overwatch 2 fans. And hello, Jay. How you doing? Nice to see you. You're dropping Jujutsu Kaisen? Can't make heads or tails from what's happening in it? Could be possible as comedy. If you fear they very little being teach. Yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens. Yes, and a happy new year to you too, Jay. Like we made it to the end here. So one more day, we'll start a new year. And hopefully it's even better than this year. HIDIVE confirms uncensored stream of Chained Soldier anime, ATX version stream of gushing over magical girls. Oh, good for HIDIVE. At least there's some competition for against Crunchyroll. First 2 minutes streamed of High Card anime second season. Yeah, I didn't hear very much good stuff about High Card, so I didn't bother. Return to Shiranagasu Island game gets manga adaptation in 2024. Pluto TV launches Naruto Sailor Moon channels in Canada. Wow. There is a Pluto anime, which is completely different from Pluto TV. Apparently it's, I think Pluto TV is kind of like the, like Tubi, from what I understand anyway. Where's your Sailor Moon channel? You don't get one. You've had enough of being spoiled there. It's time for Canada to have its comeuppance. The first slam dunk, the Super Mario Brothers movie tops Japan's box office in 2023. Let's have a look at that. Japanese entertainment news website Cinema Today reported on Bunka Tsushinisha's top 10 highest earning domestic and foreign films for 2023 on Sunday. How are you supposed to live without Mars, Pluto, Venus, Neptune, and Mercury? Ah, I get it. I get it. The domestic list consists of 6 anime films, 2 live-action films based on a manga, and 1 Godzilla film. The lists and earnings are current as of December 24th and are partially estimated. The list includes total earnings, even for films that opened in 2022, such as the first Slam Dunk, which opened on December 3rd, 2022. The film did not earn enough to rank in the top 10 last year by the time those lists came out. So here's the top 10 highest grossing domestic films in Japan in 2023. The first Slam Dunk, 15.74 billion yen. Detective Conan with 13.83 billion yen. The Boy and the Heron with 8.6. Kingdom Unmei no Hono, 5.6 billion. Don't Call It Mystery, 4.76 billion. Let's get this over here where I can see it a little better. Godzilla Minus One, 4.64 billion. Gekijoben Tokyo, 4.53 billion. Doraemon the movie, 4.34 billion. World Tour Jue. Okay. Demon Slayer. That's a long title they sure put on there. 4.16 billion. Idolish 7 live, 2.89 billion. Last year, One Piece Film Red topped the list, earning 18 billion yen. Look at One Piece doing its thing there. Canada's holding your childhood crushes hostage. You didn't send Japan nothing but the best. Yeah. These are the highest grossing foreign films in Japan. Super Mario Brothers movie, 14 billion yen. Then Mission Impossible, 5.43. Avatar, The Way of Water, 4.3 billion. Fast X, or Fast 10, I guess, 3.82 billion. The Little Mermaid, 3.4 billion. Elemental, 2.69. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, 2.6 billion. BTS, yet to come in cinemas, 2.53 billion. Haunted Mansion 2, Haunted Mansion, 2.17 billion. And Meg 2 The Trench, 1.46 billion. Well, there you have it. I mean, it says Top Gun Maverick topped the list, earning, that was last year, 13.5 billion yen. Yeah, there you have it. A lot of those are Disney movies, too. Move this back over here. Yeah, One Piece was on top last year. You bet it was. How many times is Disney on that list? I think they're responsible for BTS and Avatar. Well, weren't they also responsible for Elemental, Indiana Jones, Haunted Mansion? Like they're responsible for a few more of those because they own so much. It's amazing how it fell from Mario at 99 million down to Mission Impossible at 38. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Mario was created in Japan, so it's a Nintendo, so people are gonna definitely come out and support it. Today, only one article. At least I think so. I can always try to redo a refresh. Nope, just one article for Sunday. Which On the Holy Night anime film reveals second teaser. There you have it. We're caught up in the news. So yeah, I mean, you'd think they're going to have just wrap-ups of the year and such. I haven't seen Pluto TV yet, but I'm wondering where he can look at it. Naruto channel streams seasons 1 to 4. Sailor Moon channel streams seasons 1 to 5. And Sailor Moon Crystal. Streaming service Pluto TV has launched a channel dedicated to the Naruto anime and a channel dedicated to Sailor Moon anime in Canada. The Naruto channel is streaming seasons 1 to 4. Sailor Moon channel is streaming season 1 to 5, the original series, and Sailor Moon Crystal. The Naruto franchise includes multiple television anime films, and original video anime. The original Naruto television anime aired from 2002 to 2007. The Shippuden anime sequel series premiered in 2007 and ended in 2017. Woo, 10 years. Avatar is not a Disney movie. It's only distributed by Disney. Okay. And then Jay's saying Avatar was a Disney production. We're talking about not Last Airbender. We're talking about like James Cameron's Avatar. Sailor Moon tier list, Jake D. For those of you that have watched it, who's your favorite Sailor Scout? Go on, speak up. The Boruto sequel manga inspired the television anime series Boruto Naruto Next Generations, which premiered in April 2017 and ended Part 1 in March. Production on Part 2 of the anime has been greenlit. 4 brand new episodes, the original Naruto anime, were slated to air in September to celebrate the franchise's 20th anniversary, but are delayed. Streaming service Crave removed Sailor Moon from its platform in Canada on September 17th. Anime began streaming with only the English dub on the service. In September 2020, Viz Media began streaming all 200 episodes of the original Sailor Moon anime franchise on the Tubi TV streaming service in Canada in July 2016. The third season of Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Crystal anime premiered in April 2016. The reboot then continued with the Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal film in 2021 and 2 Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Cosmos, the movie films, in June 2023. Naoko Takeuchi's original Magical Girl manga inspired the first anime incarnation that aired for 5 seasons from 1992 to 1997. That television anime spawned several feature films and theatrical shorts as well. Favorite? How is a man supposed to decide? Do you like blondes or raven hair? Yes. There's got to be one that has a better personality, Jake D. My favorite is Venus. James Cameron Avatar was not a Disney production, only a Disney distribution, which makes it so funny. Bob Iger saying that Disney's Avatar movie made the money. Of course it made the money. Okay. Yeah, Kitty Bear. There you go. They're paid to distribute it. Yep. Okay, let's do this and do that. Yeah, Jake D. Venus. She's all right. But then there's Mars. Then you went through a Pluto phase. From what I've heard, they made her much more sassy in the English dub than she usually is in the original. Disney did produce Avatar too. It was a 20th Century Fox movie before that is a part of Disney. Okay. You don't normally go for short hair, but Mercury's in that select list of girls who can pull it off. And she's super smart. That's what you gotta like as well. put a little slideshow on here. We can have something to look at while we chat here. It has been quite the year. I did write down a few things that I was doing earlier in the year, as in on the channel. She's the Billy Cranston of the team. Okay. Who's Billy Cranston again? I'm not too up on my who people are. Hey, Godzillionaire, someone get a blood transfusion for Jake D. Yeah, I need a wellness check on Jake D. So yeah, in the beginning, in the earliest part of the year in January, I was playing Astro Boy. Man, you guys remember how tough that game was? Whew. It was just unbelievable how many times I would just die every game. Is it you who is weird for thinking Nami had a kid? As far as I know, and all I've read through, she does not. The original Blue Ranger and Power Rangers. Let's see here. Yeah. In January, it was Astro Boy. And also that was, I believe, sports anime. So I went through and did some of that too, showcasing all kinds of different sports. Wasn't bad. Hard to find ones that are a little more unique than all the mainstream stuff. You're thinking she has because during the show, when they're apart for 2 years, her boob size goes up a lot. Well, yeah, she hit the puberty jackpot. That's what that was. And besides, where she spent her time up on Witheria, they're just old men there. I doubt she would have done anything. You're not capable of cognitive function? Come on, Jake D. Smarten up. You can do it. She hit the boob fruit. Yeah. Yeah. That's her devil fruit ability. Yeah, in February I moved along to the Minish Cap. That was all right. A nice Zelda game to sort of relax to. Oh yes, and then in the anime channel, it was romance anime, keeping in with the theme of February, of course. She does anything for money. I don't know about anything. I don't think so. I don't think so, Kitty Bear. I don't think she did anything. What else? Oh yes. Yeah, I still played through the Minish Cap into March and April. That was pretty crazy. Took a long time to get through the Minish Cap. Then for anime, it was March Mecha Madness. That was a good one for you guys that like your mecha like I do. That was a fun time. And then May, what was it in May? Minish Cap. March, Mecha Madness. April, it was my choice in April. I didn't really have a theme for April, so I'm just like, you know what? It's my choice. I'll pick what shows from wherever. And then in May, I started The Hobbit. That only lasted for the month. I guess it was pretty short. And then in June, I started Superstar Saga, which that went for a while. Those Mario and Luigi games, pretty crazy. As far as anime goes, for May, what was it here? Games into anime or anime into games. That was a good one. Hey, Nico, how you doing? Yeah, we're just going over the year a bit here. But yeah, games into anime or anime into games. That was an interesting one. Finding a lot of different shows that were either inspired by games or games that were inspired by anime. You don't remember if the amount is right, but you think it was 100,000 berries to be flashed. I think you're right. 100,000 from each guy, though. And I did play One Piece Odyssey on the PS4. That was a very well done game. At this point, I should be your alarm clock. No problem, Nico. I'm pretty punctual. 9 a.m. my time every weekend. You faintly hear someone talking over this montage. Shouldn't be anybody talking over it. I don't have anything running like a. No, I don't have anything running that would do that. Sounds like a Canadian. Am I too quiet? You guys, is this not loud enough? Or is it because it's so captivating that you're just taken away by the images on the screen? Anyway, yeah, Superstar Saga went for a long time. Tough game. June, July, August, September. Whew, man, oh man. That did go for a while. The animes, what did we do here? After games into anime. Racing in June. That was a good one. Picking a lot of different racing car or racing animes to watch. This was even before Overtake came out. Nico Robin grabs nuts. Yeah, she does. It's pretty good for self-defense, I'd say. Sorry, I was distracted by the mesmerizing experience. That's okay. After what was that? Superstar Saga, yeah. Yes, June was right. July was beach episodes. That was a fun one. As you can see from on the screen here, there was a lot of animes that have their obligatory beach episodes. That was fun to do. August, I did World War II anime. There's surprisingly quite a bit out there, and especially on the Japanese side. For games, yep, still Superstar Saga. And then in September for anime, it was Back to School. Just looking through my book here. Back to School in September. So you get to see all the school animes out there. And then October, because of people dressing up, I did cosplay. That was a tough one to do. It's hard to find Hard to find shows that deal specifically with cosplay. There's a few, not enough to get you through the whole month though. It was pretty rough trying to find some. You wonder how many Japanese World War II veterans are still alive, especially since they made it a point to fight to the death. I mean, yeah, there would only be, I think, a handful, especially because of how long ago it was, but also, yeah, fighting to the death for the emperor. That was the highest honor. Nico could be the richest woman in One Piece with her power. I mean, she's definitely like one of the smartest. She does have her knowledge of archaeology and could definitely put that to good use. You wouldn't expect there would have been many survivors of the Pacific Campaign to begin with. No, it'd be pretty rough. You're saying only the top officers there, Kitty Bear? November was Kaiju. That was a fun one. Kaiju month. Looking at all the different creatures rather than not just Godzilla, but Gamera and Ghidorah, all those different kaiju out there. And then December was food and cooking. Nothing I like better. They certainly do an excellent job of displaying food in anime shows. It's amazing. And then there's even ones out there that'll teach you the recipes, which that I learned about. So that's pretty awesome. They do stuff like that. You're not talking about that the amount of hand jobs she can give in a single day at once. Oh man. She's above doing anything like that. She is better than that. Come on now. So I did some looking around, and in 2024, there's going to be some anime celebrating some anniversaries. The first one, Uchu Senkan Yamato, or Space Battleship Yamato. The anime came out in 1974. So next year, or tomorrow, 50 years it's been around. Also, Getter Robo and Great Mazinger, both for 50 years. 40 years ago, in 1984, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Fist of the North Star. Macross, Do You Remember Love? The Mighty Orbots and Transformers. So yes, next year is 40 years for the Transformers. Um, 30 years ago. So in 1994, Magic Knight Rayearth, Macross Plus, and Macross 7. Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, came out. New Cutie Honey. Fatal Fury, the animated movie. If you guys haven't seen Fatal Fury, that's pretty good. That's got Andy and Terry Bogard. It's got the SNK fighters in it. And it's also got Mai Shiranui. So there you go. Waifu material, Jake D. "20 years ago, in 2004, Howl's Moving Castle. Gankatsu, The Count of Monte Cristo. Genshiken, Gunbuster 2, Diebuster, Steam Boy, and Bleach. Yeah, there you go. That's some of the animes that are gonna be celebrating anniversaries next year. You see Nico Robin's giant version? Briefly, I'm not trying not to spoil myself in the anime there. Um, I mean, I did read the manga as well, but yes, yeah, I did look when I read the manga. I did see her version there where she's fighting in Wano. That's pretty crazy. I mean, that's awesome. And he came out on top. He may not have learned the super secret Ogi move, but he got my. Yes, he did. Right? Good for you, Andy. You got yourself my. You're still watching Nico and Robin. All right. So there you go. That is anniversaries coming up next year for anime shows. Power is overrated, Uncle Iroh. You must look inward and begin asking yourself the big questions. Okay. So, what do you guys want to talk about? What should we talk about? What are you guys watching? I mean, I know what I'm watching. You don't see what you're looking at? Oh. Yeah, no, it's just because I'm looking at my book. I was looking in my notes that I take. That's all. That's why you couldn't see what I was talking about. Big questions like Mars or Venus. Right, Jake D? That would make a good meme. Get the old Iroh and Zuko meme and do that one. You have to ask yourself the big questions. Do you like Mars or Venus? You're watching me, Kitty Bear? Right on, man. You're watching what Serranos is not watching because he hates. Oh, it's fun to hear what Serranos drops and why. He's got some good takes there. You've watched much. You've got a shelf full of half-watched shows. You're waiting. Hey, Irate, how you doing? Nice to see you. Happy New Year to you too, bud. I watched you guys last night, the old Cotton Council, and watched you guys play some Mario Kart after. That was pretty good. Let's just put this on hold for now. Sorry, Jake D. I know you're enjoying this. Let's see here. That's the one. Keep a track on good old Annie list. You did start reading some of Conan the Barbarian stuff. You finished the original short story, Phoenix on the Sword, and a few of the comics from the original King Conan run. Nice. That's good stuff. Yeah, don't worry about the comics, the new stuff. Go read the old classic stuff. What do we got here? Do this and this. Obviously, I'm watching Frieren, but it doesn't look like they're going to have one for another release in the next episode for another 5 days. You made Whitehorse as a way to tease Snow. You never thought it would go that far. It's good. That's great. Like, got some snappy comebacks and everything like that. Interacting with all those guys, it's pretty funny. At least we don't have to watch that horse clip. Ugh. Gatchaman. I'm 60 episodes into Gatchaman. Definitely going to finish it up this year. Watching one episode a day before I go to work. So I want to see how things end up here, whether they can defeat Galactor or not. High Drivers hasn't started yet. High Speed Etoile hasn't started yet. Metallic Rouge will be coming soon, I think. The season is coming up. Which horse clip? The Amaranth one. The one where she's hopping all over the bed there and got the horse head on. Kitty Bear, you're out of anime you want to watch? You'll have to watch stuff you dropped. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if it appeals to you, you won't finish it this year, then only a few hours left. Yeah, that's right. Well, for you, it's a few hours left. I still got the whole day to go through. G-Force was maybe the first thing you ever saw on Cartoon Network. You didn't know the channel existed until your friend showed it to you, and it was on. I mean, I watched G-Force or it was Battle of the Planets, but it was back in like 1979, and I watched it back, and yeah, it was awesome. When you're a kid and you're just watching that stuff, you're like, this is so awesome. This isn't like any of the cartoons I watch. It's not like Yogi Bear or any of those guys. You made the horse clip that has the horse swimming. You. I was wondering where Snow gets those from. Freaking the horse clip. Oh yes, and Record of Lodoss War. This is a classic from 1990. This is a good high fantasy anime. You know, you got your dwarves, elves, thieves, knights, mages, priests. It's got everything in it. It's very enjoyable. I like it. I wish I would have watched it sooner. It doesn't appeal to you, but you got nothing else to do. Better to watch something you do not really like than doing nothing at all. It's still better than anything from Disney. Right now, anything is better than what Disney's putting out. And I mean anything. I've completely stopped watching Disney stuff. I don't bother. I think it's a waste of time, and I don't need to be beat over the head with identity politics or some stupid message they're trying to smash over my head. I've been around for 50 years. I think I'm done just fine. I don't need to be preached to by these freaking lunatics. Yeah, it's not for me. And I'm not going to watch anything from them until they smarten up. You didn't realize that that It and Speed Racer were Japanese until you're probably about 20. That's okay. No, you're finding out, right? Elf waifus. Yeah, Deedlit is she's cute in this one. Like she's a good warrior, but she also likes Parn, the main character. So it's nice to see that. She's not like an elf that's like stuck up on herself. I have not seen the Apothecary Diaries. Irate. No, I have not. Do I watch old Disney? Yes. Yes, I do. And the reason I do that is when I was a child, we would watch that, right? It was the Disney Sunday showcase on the CBC, and we'd watch a lot of the old Disney stuff. But my wife hadn't had exposure to that at all. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to show her the shows that I grew up with, and she can enjoy them as well, and I can get my memory refreshed. You stop watching anything from the US. You don't trust anything anymore. And for people that don't know, Kitty Bear is in the Netherlands. At least I believe so. So he's got the European point of view. You let your kids watch the stuff you grew up with, old classics. There you go, Jay's daddy. Exactly. That's the way I look at it too. It's like, you know what? I grew up with this stuff and I'm fine. Let the kids watch it too. AD is really good. Oh, okay. I can always add her to the list there, Irate, and see what comes of it. I do have quite the where is it here? I do have quite the planning list. This is nowhere near like Brandon, the anime guy, is planning to watch stuff. I try to be a little more picky. I do want to see Delicious in Dungeon. That sounds fun. Or what else here? Hokkaido Gals are super adorable. That might be a fun one. Oh yeah, Cutie Honey. Once again, I did watch the original Cutie Honey. I made it through all the way through that from 1973. And then I think they have one that's in the 90s. I want to watch that one. It's only 8 episodes long, so should be good. Your wife had never seen any movies really when we got married. It was much fun to introduce her to all your hey, you and I are just we're living the dream there, Jay's daddy, like having our wives watch the stuff that we used to watch. The only reason was because my wife is quite a bit younger than I am. She is 35 and I am 50. So there's a bit of an age gap between us. And so I'm glad she has been able to be exposed to the stuff that I grew up with. And now, our first guest of the day. He is the leader of Whoopstotska. Put your hands together for Whoopa Troopa. Hello, Whoopa.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, just hanging out with the guys. We're just doing our thing here.
Indeed. I just woke up pretty much. Well, I finished putting stuff in the laundry. I was supposed to do that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Alas.
Right on. No, it's good to have you in. We're just sort of going through stuff. I know you're not a big anime watcher at all, but I'm just kind of going through the stuff with the guys here about what we're watching and or what I'm going to watch and what they like to do and all that kind of stuff.
I see an anime about women in tights. I think we should go in depth about that one.
Why not? It's called Miru Tights Cosplay Satsue Tights. You as asked to model.
Highly educational.
It looks like it. The synopsis is Yua is asked to model an illustrator's designs as a costume for a photo collection the illustrator is producing. Concerned for Yua, Ren offers to accompany Yua to the photo shoot, and Homie somehow ends up rehearsing the photo shoot with Ren and Yua as models. Is it only one episode? It's only one episode, and it's only 4 minutes long. So there you go. There you go. You
Oh,
guys
wow.
finish that up and be done with it.
There we go.
Yeah.
An easy watch.
Yep. Yeah, you're not going to put a lot of time into that one. What do we got here? Same. Your wife's never seen any movies. You got married. It was okay. No, did that one. It was a bit of fan service, but you're glad so many more new anime are getting away from it. Anime's more than dirty jokes. Frieren, AED, and Spy Family are nice to see. Yeah, irate. I agree. And what people have to understand is that fan service is more than just panty shots and boobs. It's like Easter eggs that you find in shows. I think that is a little better definition of fan service. Yes, Jake D, the leader's here. Be on your best behavior. Your wife just lived under a rock. Oppressive mother. Oh, that never let her have. Okay. That sucks, Jay's daddy. Breaks floor with. You read somewhere that a lot of manga and anime are getting away from human localizers and using AI. Yes, that has been a big topic on the right now. And I don't know if you've been hearing anything about that, Whoopa.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of it, and there's a lot of good points. People were talking about, localizers are not happy about it, obviously, but there's a lot of stuff. People say, "Oh, it's really hard to translate things, especially from Japanese," which that's true. But someone would put clips up of people saying things, and you don't have to know Japanese to know that they kind of messed this up. They had a bunch of translations where everyone's laughing. Everyone's kind of like a haha, hee hee, such. And then the American one, the person's like, ugh, like erg, something like that. You're like, that's definitely seems like they made that one up, Like, yeah. I don't know Japanese, but I feel like I feel like a laugh translates pretty easily. So.
Yeah, and I watched they did for that game with the two ninjas that are they're actually talking to each other, but instead that was just like ... between the two of them. And it's like, what do you have a job to do. Do your damn job. Stop being an idiot and injecting your politics and ideologies. Just read the sentence in Japanese and go, okay, this is what it says. And just write it out. Simple. You're going to just read it and write it out. There you go.
No, I mean, it makes with all the problems that's been happening and all the weird stuff. I mean, unless it's a situation like Ghost Stories, and then like all of this stuff is, they just want the literal translation. So they don't, there's tons of stuff where it's like, why, this doesn't make a lot of sense. People are trying to add slang. I've even seen it. I saw a thing that was British, like a British, specifically a British translation of some manga, and you're looking at it like, what the heck is this? Yeah. It sounds so bad. Now, I don't know, maybe British people want this, but it sounds really weird when you read it. And it was funny.
Yeah, and I've obviously been watching this and paying attention because I've watched a lot of anime over a lot of years, and I always like the subtitles because I feel that the actors that have put more of emotion and feeling into their acting than the dubbed people do. And it just solidified it even more with the way they're acting now. Just changing entire scenes just because, oh, my hurt feelings, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think a lot of people overvalue themselves. Like oh, it's our job to give the customer what they want, or we have to decide what they want. It's like, no, just translate. Like what they want is what the authors and actors gave you. You just need to translate that over.
Yes, exactly. And even getting away from like Funimation, well, who's now Crunchyroll, those guys, then when they do their subtitles, they change stuff too. So maybe even looking towards fan subbing. And I liked watching shows that were fan subbed because they would even put little annotations in the episode that would explain, what the scene is about, or what this word means, and it's like, hey, thanks for educating me on as to what's going on there, rather than just changing the meaning. Just looking here. Why do I need re-education there, Jake D? Why is it time to re-educate the mechanic? What do I need re-education for? Jay's daddy will break out many tools of re-education for Hammered Leader to use on the mechanic. Okay. A lot of these localizers would insert their own political agenda into translations. Yes, irate. Yep. And you read an article about a French localizer working on Final Fantasy VII that didn't speak Japanese. She just made everything up. Oh, man. And do you feel good about taking a paycheck over that? Come on.
That's almost funny. It's just
I know, eh? Oh, and we have another visitor. I don't know much
another
about.
visitor.
Yeah, I don't know much about them, but let's welcome them on. It is Nico Nico. Hey, Nico.
Hi,
Oh,
Pops.
How's things?
Good, good. Just
All
want to
right.
quickly say hi. I got like 10 minutes.
You got 10 minutes. Okay, well,
Yeah,
yes, it's great
before
to
I
have
go
you
to
here.
church.
you're on the clock.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what do
you guys
you
talking
think?
about the localizers?
Yeah, what do you
Mhm.
think about that?
I think they're stupid. So the localizers in theory sounds okay, but in practice, I don't think they're actually localizing. They're just inserting their ideology and politics into everything.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. You hit the
Hmm.
nail on the
I mean,
head.
yeah, in theory, it's like you have a like anime, like say Gintama, right? It's like really contextual. Maybe you can convert it into English and input like some like Western slangs to convey the feeling of Gintama better. But in practice, that's not what they do. They just put their worldview of those Twitter Wookiees into the whole fucking anime. Yeah,
Yeah,
not good.
that's not acceptable. You're hired to
Mm-hmm.
translate. You do that job. Don't don't
Yeah.
uh, don't mess around, because nobody's gonna like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard. I just saw like a little quick clip of Asmongold. I didn't watch it, but apparently they're calling out the localizer on like an advanced stage or something. Good.
Yeah. No, they
Mhm.
have to be.
Yeah.
I I also
Mm.
think that the people that own these companies should vet their employees better. Like, if you
Yeah,
see
that's
them
another
doing
thing.
that, just come
Hmm.
down on them and be like, "Don't ever do that again, or you're fired."
No, but think about it, Pops. They don't. Yeah, they don't care. Like the people who own the company, I don't think they actually watch anime. I don't think they love anime. They just see it as a stream of income.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they just hire people who they think can do the job. That comes with a whole bunch of problems.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know. If I'm running a company, I want to make the best product I can put out there, and I don't want to, I want to have the job done right. But I guess that's just me.
Yeah. I guess that's how you don't get rich.
Nope,
Mm.
nope.
Yeah.
I'm
These
the
are
only
like
rich. Hey,
company under company under companies. Like,
yeah, it's like it's crazy the way they decide to do that stuff too. Like these
well,
guys, uh,
hopefully
kind of
we
like
won't have
Disney.
it. Yeah. Hopefully we won't have any localizers in 2024.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how well the AI can do it. I've yet to see it do the job of a localizer, but if it can grab the nuance of what they're saying and everything like that, then yeah, their days are numbered. Maybe they should learn to code or something.
Yeah, I think like the AI can pretty much do the translation at this point. The question is how much nuance it can get. And I don't think even human translators can get like really nuance right now, as you can see with the localizer situation. So I have
Or
more hope in the AI.
yeah, maybe, and you're right. Maybe they don't get the nuance. Maybe the localizers are maybe they're not that bright. You know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I want to
Okay.
see like qualifications of these localizers.
It's true, Jake D. Fan service is more than females. It is. And I hate the negative connotation that fan service has because it's not a bad thing. Fan service isn't a bad thing.
No, no.
Kitty
There
Bear
is
says,
yaoi. There is yaoi fan service if you like that stuff.
that's right. And it's not for me. If,
Not
yeah,
for me.
if no one wants your product because what your employees do, you won't make any money. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look what happened to G4. That thing got tanked by
Mm-hmm.
one chick. One chick opened her big mouth, couldn't shut up, and she tanked G4. Like the thing just died.
Mm-hmm. It's a dumpster fire.
Yeah. What's Irate say? A lot of these companies aren't owned by anyone. They're owned by a bunch of investment firms looking to make a profit. There's no
Mm-hmm.
love for the pro. Okay. Okay. Good point. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Good AI can learn fast. I mean, yeah, because it's like a freaking computer. So billions of instructions per second.
Speaking of AI, what are you guys' predictions for AI for 2024? Any thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. Whoopa, any idea?
For 2024, I'm not really sure. I mean, I think it's not like far enough yet that they can do a lot, but I think a lot of art stuff. I'm interested how that'll progress, just because I feel like a lot of AI art is better than regular art. But that's, just, I mean, like it's.
Some
You're
of it can
starting a
be.
fight with that statement.
Some of it
I
can be.
know. It's
Yeah.
like I don't know. I've never
I will
been.
put it this way. AI art as a technical skill issue, I think is better than most human artists. AI art as an artistic expression may not be there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is hard for me just because I'm not super. I'm not super artistic. Maybe if you change one of the letters, but
Easy now. That's okay.
but like I guess I've always kind of gone to a couple art museums in my day, and I always walk around like, this is a thing that exists, you know. Art can be really cool. I follow a lot of Pokemon art, which is nice and wholesome.
I
Um,
Yeah.
think that's one of the best things about AI art that makes like people like everyone accessible to art, right? You don't have to necessarily have all the skills to get started. You just need a vision.
Yeah, and like I know a lot of it is scantily clad women, which I mean I don't have a problem with. But I know like a friend who's like they're thinking of a book idea, and they're like, let me make this promotional art, or like I guess I can show you what I can show you guys what I'm imagining this place being in my head, kind of, or stuff like that. And like I think that's pretty cool and useful, especially because it's like a lot of people like, no, you should pay an artist for that. And it's like, you pay an artist for concept art that you're not going to use. It would be silly to spend $50, $100 on an art piece that you're not going to, that you're pretty much just using to show to a couple people your idea. That would be irresponsible. You wouldn't make a good living doing that kind of stuff.
No. I think we should have disclaimers too. Like, if something is AI generated, I want to know if it is. Don't try to fool me in saying that, oh, this was made by a human. I think first thing they should do is do that.
Yeah, the disclaimer situation is, I think, much harder than it sounds. Like, how do you differentiate? Like, Adobe is trying this like digital signature thing. Do we want to go that direction? Do we let like people self-claim the art? Like, how do we do it?
Yeah, I mean, if I go up, because I can't draw figures at all. I'm better at drafting. But if I go to AI and be like, yes, draw me this elaborate scene and all that, I didn't do any of that. Maybe I came up with the idea, but I didn't do any of that. That was all machine. The machine did that. I just killed everything here, didn't I?
No, that's fine.
What do we got here? Yeah, AI useful tool for productive people and be used to replace unproductive people. Lazy people need to work harder, and that goes back to at the turn of the century in the 1900s. Oh, thanks for coming by, Nico.
Oh,
he's gone. Yeah, at the turn of the century in the 1900s, if you didn't work, you starved. There was no social safety nets, anything like that. So if it can go back to that, where you have to work or you starve. Apparently you are autistic there, Comrade Leader. Check out Alpha Dogfight Trials. Heron Systems made an AI that beat an F-15 or F-16 instructor pilot five pilots out of 5 matches. Okay. Whoopa, what's going on? Where'd you go? All alone again. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Had a different AI take a fighter from taxi to flight to landing. Ton of AI on white horse jokes. You never pay a person. There we go. The leader is back. He has returned. You'd never pay a person to draw that. You would have photoshopped it if AI didn't. I see. Okay, yeah, the backgrounds. That's right. Oh, your connection dropped, Nico. Okay, that's no problem. Hey, if you want to come back, go right ahead. Hello, Alex Moore. It's good afternoon for you. It's good morning for me. We're just chatting about the old AI stuff and how it'll either it's going to tank the localizers, and they're going to be big mad, big upset. It's like, yeah, maybe if you would have did your job better, don't make the fans mad. Haven't we learned that? Haven't we taught you that already, old man? Don't make the fans mad. They will take their money and they will go elsewhere, and you'll be left with nothing, because without fans, these people that are actors, actresses, stars, you're nothing. If no one pays attention to you, you're
Mhm.
nothing. And they've got to learn that lesson.
This is very true, very wise.
Yes. Well, what else what do you got going on, Whoopa? What are you going to be doing? What are you looking forward to? Or what? Maybe we should start at the beginning of the year. How did the year go for you?
It's been a long year.
In a long year.
That's how it's gone, but things have gotten better now, which is good.
Nice.
Finally starting to like get everything back up and running, which is good.
Good. You had a second job there, hey?
Yeah, and I think I'm probably done with that now, but it was nice while it lasted.
Good for you. Right on.
And starting to try to stream again. I'm trying to plan out something for New Year's Day.
Nice.
So I think I have schedules. I'm trying to schedule stuff out, not like a rigid schedule, but just in general, because I'm trying to get people to come on and have some shenanigans. So I think I got a couple games that people can play, but I have an hour or so time slot that I don't have anything to do, so I got to figure out what to do.
Yeah, there you go. Well, hopefully you come up with something.
Hopefully.
What time's that going to be at anyway?
I think probably around about 4 Central, maybe
4 Central. Okay.
4 p.m. Central tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be doing much on New Year's Day. I am going to be with DJ Ronnie G on his channel, but that's not till like 8:45 p.m. my time. So,
Oh wow,
yeah,
so that'll be probably after I'm done.
Probably, yeah.
So that's almost 9:45, 10 Central. I should be done by then.
Yep. No, I'm gonna pop. I'll pop by yours just to see how you're doing, see what's going on.
Pop on by, but
haha, buzzing. So yeah, the link is in there. I've pinned it to the YouTube chat bar there. If you guys want to pop in and chat it up, you're more than welcome to. And we'll just keep moving right along. So yeah, AI, I'm not impressed. Or I try not to support AI because it's gonna make people dumber. I don't think it's a good idea. We should not be too reliant on it. Otherwise, we're just going to become just mindless automatons. So, it is my view.
Yeah, I don't like AI for most things. I'm kind of thinking it as a tool for creative things. But also just, like the biggest thing, people saying, hey, what is it? Oh, like, hey, here's, hey, localizers aren't doing the job that we want them to do. They're messing up our stuff. So, well, we're gonna, replace you. Or stuff like, hey, we can teach this AI to make art and it'll look better than most of the stuff that people will commission. Or even just stuff like silly things like I don't know if you've seen all those memes. There are a lot of memes of people getting they would basically post a like a picture of parents laughing and like a kid opening up his present and crying, and then it's like a sports jersey of like a player that sucks pretty much. Yeah, it's like here's a player that sucks or a player that's on like the opposing team or something like that, and it's just a joke. And it's like
Yeah.
it's gonna be hard. It'd be very hard to draw that, and very hard to Photoshop that.
Yeah.
Decently hard to Photoshop. Probably not that hard, but
Yeah.
you have to find a base picture to Photoshop.
Yep.
And then like why would anyone commission someone to make like a silly meme? Like I love memes. I'm not commissioning someone to make a meme art. I'm not gonna spend money to meme. All my memes that I've made so far are for free.
Yeah.
So it's like stuff like that. I think it's positive, but that's just making like little jokes. I think a lot of stuff that are like making stuff seriously is not a great idea.
Let's see. Oh, not that one. Yeah, I have. I've made a few. Some of them aren't that great, but it's funny for me. Oh, we have another chatter coming in. He is the host of Blaine's Escape Corner. Give it up for Blaine.
It's me, Blaine, from Blaine's Escape Corner. AI haters.
Yes.
There's a cat.
Yeah, there is a cat. My sister has left her cat with us once again. And
Again?
so I will have this goat-shaped cat shouting for...
Goat-shaped cat.
Have you not seen this cat?
I have not seen this cat.
It's a wide-body cat. It's got a kit installed. It's also really tiny. So it's even funnier how tiny it is.
I didn't know you could mod cats like that.
Oh, always. We can mod humans, so you might as well, right?
There you go.
All right.
What's up, Blaine?
Pops.
Yes.
AI make people stupider? No, that's not how this works. AI increase the gap between the dumb and the smart. Just like the internet, bringing the encyclopedias into our pocket, there are people that learn how to use them and become incredibly smart and agile with the new systems and able to take advantage of the underdeveloped brains out there. What was your complaint, Whoopa?
I don't know. I forget.
Oh my gosh! Doesn't even look at that. Doesn't even know why he hates it. Just is like, yeah,
I didn't say I hate it. I said there's a lot of good stuff with it.
I won't believe you.
Huh.
SMH. I was just talking about how it makes great memes.
I think it's no different than the factory line when Ford developed it. It's no different than any little thing that we do to sort of like automate or help our lives. Can somebody fall into it and think it's actually a human AI that can increase or change their life? Sure, but like, yeah, tell me something that can't be used maliciously by morons.
True. And I like the way you think that it's going to be separate the dumb from the smart. I mean, yeah, but
more mental segregation.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but it's going to make a lot of people lazy if it hasn't already, and it's going to like. I hope it doesn't make people dumber. I really don't. And like you're saying, with them, people that have a computer in their pocket and they're able to pull up stuff. It's the illusion of if you can just go and get the information, and it's the illusion of being intelligent, I guess. The thoughts and the education system has been broken for a lot of years.
I mean, since inception.
Well, yeah, but traditionally they used to do what is called they used to learn the trivium, which is grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and they used to be taught that way. It's a classical education, but that was killed in the early 20th century by people donating to the education of the U.S. System and being like, you just need to teach them to be smart enough to run the machines, and that's good enough. I've read through this. I've read through stuff like this just to understand why the education system is terrible. And yeah, it's by design.
Right, because I mean, you go back to when like you and I were in school, and it was
Back in
here,
the 1800s, yeah.
memorize this, memorize that, right?
Yes.
And you're like, why? You told me to go get the answer in a book. Here's the book. I can just look at the book. Well, you won't always have the book. You won't always have a calculator in your pocket. You're like, yeah, well, now I do. Now I have book. Now I have calculator in my pocket. So teach me how to find the info, how to use that info. And so getting back to the more Aristotle-esque learning, where you're learning about the connections of the information and less about like the actual physical information, I think is going to be where we have to go, and that's where the smart people will go, and that's where you'll suddenly be like, wow, that guy's a genius, and it's because he's learned how to learn, and not so much he knows this is 2 + 2.
Yes, that's yeah, exactly. And yeah, I hope you're right. That's the way direction we go, where the people will be taught how to think and not what to think, like how to do critical thinking, problem solving, all that kind of stuff that people should be doing on a regular daily basis.
Yeah, and the problem is going to be, how do we get those critical thinking jobs as lucrative as like a STEM job, right? Because the critical thinking, the figuring out, the like I'm doing a bathroom remodel, right? And the complex ability to look at a room, destroy the room in your brain, and rebuild it, and kind of see where you need what, and then also following a code. Like there's a lot of like physical in-mind manipulation that you're doing there that you can't really teach super easily with our current system of like, memorize the code, now do bathroom. It's like, well, but what do you want? How do you make it real, right?
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah.
And you got to make those jobs as valuable as guy who can program. And I think AI learning to program and getting that machine learning algorithm to be able to do that kind of thing will make it so that those jobs sort of equalize with the job where you have to figure out how to remodel someone's house.
Yeah, and that's amazing, and the speed at which they can do that. The AI and all that. When you're like, hey, I need a program that does this, and what is it? A couple seconds later, it spits everything out.
Yeah, I'm convinced at this point that the machine learning algorithm does have a repertoire somewhere, and that it's just like, oh yeah, this is the 1,000th time someone has asked me how to fix their Alexa. Let me just pop out this.
Oh, that, yeah, there you go.
I mean, a lot of those, like the AI stuff, have have heavy restrictions on it because some of the answers they were giving were maybe a bit too based, and you can't have that.
That's what you get for making something learn from the internet.
And welcome, Punk Waddle. Good to see you. You guys had a
Alex
good
Moore,
show last
you
night.
tuned into the year-end rant.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, Pop.
Yes.
The man of the monthly themes. Okay, what was, I don't know if you already did this because I sleep in the mornings. What was your favorite month theme that you did this year? Just overall, not the single anime that was like the best, but like in the thematic pop universe.
Yeah, so I did go through already and try to kind of recounted on what I did each month, and March Mecha Madness was super fun because who doesn't love mecha? I mean, that was great. Yeah. Also, a second runner up to that would be the beach episodes.
That was my guess. I only didn't think that it was going to win because I know you had to edit a lot of episodes.
Some of them I did, like yikes. You know, I don't need YouTube after me again.
That's all right. They sit there staring at you. I've got like 3. This video can't be monetized. This video is blocked. And I'm like, what? Why? Why do we care? My channel's not monetized. What do you mean?
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. Some of the things and you know what? I swear, I put out a new short about a new "What Is This" short, and the one before that got like 1,300 views. This one got killed at 49. It's like boom,
Oh yeah.
dead, and I'm like, what happened? Like, what's
Well,
going
and
on?
like I didn't get that notified to me,
No,
which is how I've found all the rest of yours. Is like you get like as you're scrolling through your recommendeds, there's like the quad little window of like 4 shorts. It's like I think you like this. I haven't seen that.
yeah,
And if I haven't seen it with how much I interact with you, then like what's the algorithm doing?
Yeah,
eh,
the algorithm is very weird.
oh,
I don't understand.
yeah,
Like you'll watch a ton of things, and it just decides like it won't tell you. I mean, I'm on almost every weekend stream of yours, and I don't see stuff. And there'd be like I watch one thing. It's like, huh, what's this? It's kind of weird. And the algorithm's like, okay, you want all of that for the rest of the week. Just every video we suggest to you is going to be that. Like, what the hell?
I get that too. Yeah, you watch one video of something, and it's like, here you go, have a flood of this.
It's
Apparently
not
you'll
like
this.
it's not like every one video. It's select ones, and I don't understand like when does the algorithm decide, oh, they just clicked on this video, and when does the algorithm decide we want them to watch every video? You know, we want them to watch every video about, you know, sheets or something for the rest of eternity.
Yeah,
It's very weird. I don't.
I mean,
understand.
there's people I've watched for years, and I don't get their that they're on live. Like Blaine, I've watched you for a long time.
Yeah,
Does
you're there.
YouTube give me? Does YouTube give me the notification that you've gone live? No. It's like,
It's
what's the
very
matter
weird.
with you?
And some I get a bunch of like you'll say so and so is live. It's like I don't really watch their shows, or like you'll get like it sometimes some channels it's like it really pushes them out, and I'm like I don't understand. I don't watch that channel that much. And then there's some channels that come on and you're like, oh, you know, you don't realize that they were streaming until after they're done. Like, oh shit, I was gonna, you know, I wanted
Yeah,
to go to
yeah.
that stream, and now it's too late.
Let's see.
I don't know what the heck this is, by the way, Pops. I pulled it up. I'm like,
Oh, you're sharing
I've-
sharing something?
no, your thing, your
Oh.
short.
You don't know what it is?
I actually don't know what this is.
Okay.
And like I thought I knew what it was at first. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's like chain wheel chocks, so you don't lose one. But like, I don't know why it's on a table.
you are so close. And
It's
I
like
want to show everybody here. I want to show everybody here the video so that they can see.
okay.
Just got to do this. I'm not
But
used to.
And you've got like a metal bending table in the back. Like I'm trying to get context clues. Like I don't
Just
even
like-
know.
It's only 5 seconds when you're just like trying to
Yeah.
scour everything you can.
And like there's like a paper towel covering whatever the important
Yes,
sign is. And
That
I'm
would have
like,
given it away. So
and
I
I'm like,
covered it.
it's like, okay, so the sign is smaller than a paper towel. I feel like Ron Kamanahashi here. Once I figure this out, I'm gonna tell you to jump off a roof.
All right, here we go. We'll do this, and I'll do shorts.
I wish we could change our background colors.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. We'll do this and this.
You can get a virtual background.
Right, but it's I don't know.
There you
the
go.
the three floating bubbles in the this thing. Okay.
This
So
thing.
here we
okay.
go. We look and we see it's on some kind of table.
Yeah.
Or some sort of raised platform, and there's a
Yeah.
door in the background.
Yeah.
Garbage bag by the door. Also fire extinguisher, okay? So we're industrial.
You're in the shop. Yeah.
I maybe play it first,
What
then
is
I'll
this?
work through it.
What is this?
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
So in the background there, that like circular table, I've only ever seen that used to like bend rods to point at each other, or to stick a bunch of stuff in that like points into the middle. But I guess those could be dog holes too, where you're just holding something down.
So I'll tell you what that is. That's a welding table that's made out of a manway from a rail car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what
What
that
a-
is. All those
what an
holes there around it are
interesting
for
choice.
bolts to secure it to the rail car.
Okay, because you
Yeah.
got the gas in the background.
Yeah, cutting
Yep.
torch. Yep,
Which
you betcha.
explains our fire in the beginning. So I was like, okay,
So
all right,
yes,
we're in a welding bay on like some kind of big table.
yep.
But then this thing, we've got freaking Thor's hammer
What is this?
and like one that apparently can pivot so that it can like get out of the way. Like the only thing I can think is that you're going to be welding something that rolls, but it's not huge.
No, the table is very small. It's just a small table, but it does good for the things that I need to weld up or heat up or anything like that.
Are they chocks for like train wheels then?
Yes, they are.
What is this?
They're wheel chocks because it states in the rules that when you have your rail cars and the brakes are set, you need to have something to back up in case the brakes fail. So you have those wheel chocks.
So why is it on a pivoting arm then? That's the only thing I can't quite grasp.
Sorry, what's pivoting, Blaine? I don't.
The yellow
nothing
and white.
pivots. Nothing pivots.
Oh, that doesn't pivot.
Nope. So this thing here. I
Yeah.
don't know, can we zoom?
That
zoom
that
in?
one right
No.
there.
That one right there. That sits on the rail. That sits on the rail. It straddles the rail, and
Okay.
and the part we're looking at gets butted up against the wheel.
Oh, but you can pick this one up and off of where
Yeah.
it is currently.
Yep. So when you have to move the rail car, you grab the handles of these
What
things.
is this?
Right. So
So
grab
you got the
one.
red there.
Yeah, that's the handle, and you pull that, you pull them both off, and then you can move the rail car.
Oh. See, wait, so go a little bit farther.
Okay.
Because I thought that stick coming out of the table, I thought that was like the pivot point for like
Oh,
a
I
gate
see.
hinge.
No,
I thought it was like, oh, you had to like move it to like roll something on or off, but then behind that is like the door, and I was like, you can't get something big through that door.
No, behind it, that red part there, this guy, that is the a post to hold it level so that it doesn't fall off the rail.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's and then I covered it up because it says chalk on here.
It literally says what it
says
is.
chalk, yes. And that's,
Well, it wouldn't tell me what it was chalking, and I would have been like, yes, I know you're a chalk. Now what are you holding?
But yes, that is what that's all about, and it's got like DOT brightness, red and white, so that you
Yeah.
can see it at night, and reflective, because the guys sometimes have to move rail cars at night when it's dark. You don't want to have these on here still while you're trying to move rail cars. So yes, you guys know exactly what this is now. This is a wheel chock for rail car. And like I say, this video got killed by YouTube. It just all of a sudden,
Oh, yeah.
it was all of a sudden going all okay, and then bang, done.
And like, it's not even like, oh, that's normal. Because like, you look back on your shorts, and you've got like, the last one you did was 1.3 thousand.
Yeah,
And then you've got some lower ones.
yeah.
I wonder why. Because then you have that massive, testing the waters one.
Oh,
That one's sitting at like 28. Like that one's an outlier.
I know
But
that
then
was
there's
crazy.
a lot of them in the 1 to 2 range, right?
Yeah.
It's
This one here.
the,
What is this?
Oh no, that's not this one. This one.
Oh, it's like your second to first.
It's the one that was before this that got a lot of views, and it was just showing the size of pipe wrenches.
Right.
My first what is this?
Your rain stick.
I mean, it goes in our shower, safety shower, and it makes it so the water doesn't go bad. It's supposed to last for 3 years.
The only reason I had a clue as to that is because it has like the same sort of design as the water softeners for like big water tanks.
Yeah, good on you for picking that out. That was good.
Wow, you Whoopa, what was your water like? Do you have good drinkable water? Like a proper Northwesterner, or are you stuck in one of those poop water realms?
I mean, my water doesn't taste as good as the last place I stayed, but
That
I will
sucks.
still drink it.
I don't think
It is refreshing.
you're not in California, so you got a leg up there, I think.
Well, it's
Yeah.
all of the desert towns. We were supposed to be here in Seattle for Christmas, and then we ended up in Arizona. And the house we
That
stay
seems like
at,
a major detour.
yeah, it was fun. Love family. The house we stay at has this giant reverse osmosis water filter for the entire home. So any water that you get in the house is pretty close to Northwest water. But then the second we're at like a golf course, right? Nice golf course. They got a big fountain thing with like a big filter coming off it, ice machine. You're like, oh, I'll fill up my bottle, and I filled it up, and I took a sip, and I was like, oh my gosh, send it to Africa because they need this water more than I do. This is like, this is my
Oh,
first
man.
world problem. Is like I get this garbage water in so much of our country. It's
Not supposed to-
drinkable, it's potable, but like, damn if it doesn't taste like a horse is peeing in my mouth.
Yeah, it's not supposed to taste like anything. It's water.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't know if anybody's. Oh yeah, this is the water leak they had. Water main broke at the plant.
This is the water Blaine was drinking.
Yeah, that was it. I just spilled my water bottle in the room.
It just doesn't stop.
Irate
wow.
specialist water is awful. If you got awful water, I believe the Zero water filter, like the cheap one you can get at Bed Bath & Beyond, is one of the best ones. I saw it on a Project Farm review.
There you go.
He literally had like meters and stuff. I love that guy.
This one didn't do too bad. These guys, these giant augers that turn the compost around. Like this is a huge building, as you can see. I'm on top of the machine, and yeah,
I just watched a video on screws, and apparently like using a giant auger to like move water from point A to point B was like the first use of the screw shape in history. And I was like, wow, that's cool.
yeah. It
Still
definitely
use
goes
it
back.
today.
Yeah, it goes back to the Greeks or whatever, and they had that, and they were able to
Yeah.
lift water
Some
up.
evidence that the Egyptians might have used it before that. Like it's
Oh.
crazy how long people were like, you know what? Something moves if I twist it like this.
Yeah. No, I find that fascinating too. This thing was a bag ripper, so your blue bags or whatever go in here, and of course they don't have people to open them up, but you have a machine that can grab onto them and slice them apart.
Your blue bags?
For recycling.
recycling?
Yeah, recycling blue bags is what they use. I don't know. You
Interesting.
guys just use blue bins or?
Yeah, it just goes in the bin, and the bin gets dumped into a giant truck, and then the giant
Okay.
truck disappears.
Okay. Yeah, they want us to use bags. So.
Interesting.
You use
And
your
then-
bags for everything. Bag your milk and stuff.
Oh, the shredding machine.
Jay's daddy with the opinion on water filter. A Berkey water filter. I
And
don't know
you're
that
missing
one.
out. Berkey.
You have a carbon filter built into the dog's water bowl. It's pretty neat. The filter gets slimy after a couple of weeks. Yeah.
I personally prefer the flavor of microplastics. So.
Texas is the worst one that I've ever been in, because not only will you get in a hotel where the water pressure is abysmal, but then it also smells like feces, and you're like, I'm not getting cleaned right now.
Ugh. That's terrible.
Big Berkey. Oh, these look like countertop things. Interesting.
I think I've heard of those.
My cousin has one. I saw this big metal thing next to his sink, and I just was like, I didn't care enough to be like, why you got a percolator next to your sink there? But I guess it's a potable water
Yeah.
filter.
That guy likes coffee.
Yeah, I was like, right, good on you.
This
Don't
was a
mind
good
if I
one.
do.
This was a good one. What's in your eaves trough? So we're 20 feet up in the air in an aerial platform cleaning these things out. And yeah, that's I think that's like 15 or 20 years of debris.
Ooh.
What gets in? Is it just bird and leaf stuff, or is it?
Yeah, like the seagulls would perch up there and eat stuff. So bones were in there. All the
Oh, yep.
compost lands on there, and that forms into a mud when it rains. Oh yeah, yeah. That's pretty. Oh, and here's the one that got all the views was they were testing the buoyancy of the whether anybody would float if they ever fell into the settling ponds.
Oh yeah.
And no,
Gross.
pushed them in, and there you go. What I did-
R.I.P.
What I didn't show was when we had to pull the dummy out and hose it off because it's covered in human waste. So,
Gross.
oh yeah, that is a human waste pond there, everybody. That is where it goes to settle. I thought I had one more here.
That's
one
so
more short.
terrifying. Yeah, there should be one more beyond that. I thought.
Yeah, it was
Doesn't want to scroll to it. Anyway,
No.
is there a catch net or just a big fence around that thing so people don't die?
so there is a fence far off in the distance around the property line.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's wide open. The settling pond is wide open. We used to go out like we're standing on the dock right now, so we used to go out on a boat to get to the dredge that's out there.
The poo boat.
So yeah, exactly. So you would pedal or paddle through there.
You don't even. It's not even a motor.
No motor. Nope. It was all strictly paddling. So you paddle out to the dredge and you do your maintenance on the dredge, and then you would paddle back. And
Oh,
people
you
would.
really don't want to be up Schitt's Creek with.
Oh,
Not one of
that
those
is,
paddles.
it's the literal shit creek. You bet it is. I mean, and guess who had to put their arms in there sometimes when there was pipes that needed changing out? Oh
You
yeah,
know, as long as it's not me, I don't know.
as long as it's not you. Yeah. It's. I'm glad I'm not in that industry anymore. I'm out of that industry, so I now work with chemicals. So, is it better in a way? Yes. You don't deal with human waste, but now it's chemicals. So yeah. Yeah, shorts. I mean, they can be great for your channel, but when YouTube decides that they're going to get rid of them, I mean, it's not much you can do.
No, because there is no discoverability beyond just the quad group on the main page.
Yep.
It's all very weird. I don't know what YouTube's trying to do. I feel like if they were smart, they've kind of done this, but they would focus on streaming a lot more than shorts.
But
Yeah, but
I mean, YouTube's big thing though is like curated video. So having an algorithm for the customer that is, here's all the videos we know you're going to watch because of all the data we have on you, and just showing them those. Including streams into that is just it's so difficult because the person has to be on the platform at the time and also scroll in such a way that the page will refresh and give them the update of like, here's the thing. It's why like Twitch and Kick and all of those have like such awful discoverability, because live content is like not super easy to distribute. And if you do a live video, no one wants to watch your live video after you've made your live video.
Right.
So
So true.
it dies after that because no one cares about post live video.
No, I mean, that makes sense, and I don't know what it would take to include it in the algorithm. I just
Yeah.
feel like I feel like Twitch and whatever other alternatives there are to Twitch are like not good, and YouTube could totally just if they did some work or more work than they're doing, like they could pretty much just muscle Twitch out.
Oh, 100%.
Instead, that seems like with like a lot of the shorts, and I don't know how much they're focusing on it now. I know that at one point in time they're going crazy on it. And it's kind of like, oh, we can take over TikTok, and it's like there's no way like YouTube can maybe get a fraction of TikTok. There's no like the way YouTube is set up is not set up in a way to like rival TikTok.
Well, yeah, the shorts are only they only get you crazy numbers because when someone sees like in that little group of 4, they're like, "Oh, I like that video." They'll click that video, and then most of the time they will swipe to the next like 3 or 4. So one video view for someone that is interesting to them becomes, 5 video watches across the shorts category. So just through that alone, you've got way more visibility just to someone scrolling through.
Mhm.
Whereas like to get someone to watch a 10-minute video, there's 10 shorts they could have watched. So you have more views in that category, and that's why shorts have more spread, just because you can be like, hey, here's my 30-second plug, here's my 10-second plug, here's my 1 minute if you want to stick around. So you can get reach that way, but the person who perma swipes on shorts is never going to watch your live video. It's just not the kind of content they want. But the person who's like, oh, that's an interesting tool. Like I get a lot of woodworking ones that are like, oh, look at this old hand plane. And I'm like, oh, yeah, show me that. And they show me like how they set it up and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I'll swipe through a couple more and then I'll go back to my videos. And you convert 1 click into 3 clicks each time.
Yeah,
That
makes
is
sense.
awesome.
Too
Like,
much.
I don't know about you guys. Sometimes I get trapped though watching shorts. Like I'll scroll through and be like, yeah, okay, yep, next one. Okay, next one, and by the time it's an hour later, and I'm like, oh, geez, I gotta cut this out. This is terrible.
It really depends, right? Like, because sometimes it's an hour of it. Other times it's like you get 3 in and you're like, I've just seen 2 of the same like fitness tips shorts. I'm not really in the mood right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to say hello to Jack Crony. What are we doing? We're having a good time, just chatting about everything. And DJ Ronnie G.
It's New Year's Eve. We gotta talk about years.
What we did during the year, what our favorite part of the year was.
And what we did is we uploaded shorts throughout the year and tried to get our channels as big as possible.
You did so well, Blaine. You did so well, especially with your Japanese shorts.
I have so many more Japanese shorts I need to get out. I've exhausted all of the quick and easy ones, and now I have to do the ones where I actually like splice a couple videos together for like, here's the meal I ate, here's how we did a thing, here's XYZ, and like get voiceover on it that's not awful. But yeah, those are great. And then the steak shorts are great. But then like I said, we're doing this bathroom remodel, and I get lumber, and one of them's short, and that video in 18 hours now is so one day I'm at 6,000 views by just panning across a piece of lumber and saying, don't let someone else pick out your lumber, and one is like 6 inches shorter than the other one.
I saw that.
And it's like that. How is that one doing better than my video of me saying put steak on your steak? Like,
I know, frustrating. It gets me too. I'm like, come on, my video is like 5 seconds long. It should be easy for people to watch and get by, but nope.
downloaded.
Talk about weirdo carbon.
Weirdo carbon.
Our president downloaded in his shorts a few times.
What's weirdo carbon?
Or is he? I don't know. Alex Moore. He usually wants to hear about reviews of anime shows.
Oh yeah. Also, I found out you can't require memberships for giveaways. I was like, because I've got all these old PC components. I was like, oh, people do like members giveaways, and then it's like, oh, I can't do that in Washington State.
Oh, really? It's a state thing. Okay.
It might also be a YouTube thing, but YouTube's rules are pretty vague. But yeah, as far as our state's concerned, like requiring any amount of money in order for someone to enter your giveaway makes it a raffle, and then it has to be like you're a raffle gambling company for the last year to be able to do that stuff. Wow, you can require free actions, so you can require someone to be like, oh hey, go here, share this, but you cannot require money. So that's fine. We'll see if I get better reach if I do something like that.
I saw that too. That's quite the computer stuff you got going on there. That's all RAM and the 2060 video card, and Yeah, good stuff. People should snap that up right away.
It's so funny how you're like 8 gig sticks of RAM. I'll never need more. Like, and then you're like, wait a minute, I get 64 gigs for like $40. Hell yeah! So like, when I'm doing an upgrade, it's like I might as well. And then
Yeah.
you're like, well, what do I do with this? Like,
Yeah, it's a shame to recycle it or anything like that. Give it to
Right.
somebody else, or get some
yeah, it
money.
looks,
Get
looks
some
like
money out of
enough other people are interested. I'll send it
it. Nice.
send it off, but it's so
Yeah.
weird.
I always think it's funny. I mean, it's probably not as drastic as other things, but I just remember like one Christmas, me and my dad getting my mom like an iPod Nano. To be like, this little thing can fit 100 songs on it. Can you believe that? It's like, dang, that's awesome. Now it's like, like no one would have just 100 songs on something.
No, exactly. You're like,
Yeah.
100 songs? Like, you mean 1 hour of me sitting there scrolling through because I don't like the songs that are playing?
Like, there's so much. Like, now it's like I have to listen to ads when I listen to my songs. That's crazy. Ugh. I would
Punk
never
Waddle,
do
you haven't done the
something.
short game yet? Gotta get on that.
Yeah, we need some short ponderances or something.
The biggest thing I've found as far as shorts go is a short made from a video or live stream does not do super well, but a short that is uploaded direct does fine. So like if you
Oh, okay.
download or like cut the video and download like a chunk of the live stream and then upload it as a short, it does pretty okay. But like anytime you just hit the button, because you can hit a button that just like make a short out of this chunk of time, and I was doing that for a while, but it does not perform.
Huh. I think video is video, but obviously they've put something in their algorithm that's like, no, don't let this get any traction.
Yeah, they want original content for their shorts.
Huh. Yeah, stop trying to be like TikTok, YouTube. You're not going to.
I mean, it would be nice if they were like TikTok, so people didn't use TikTok. That would be cool.
Yeah, stop using
would-
TikTok.
That would be cool. I don't understand TikTok. I'm a grumpy old man, I guess. I don't know.
You're in
Just
good
kind of like-
company then, Whoopa.
It's like Vine was, except A, Vine was funnier, and B, Vine also failed. So it's like, why
Yeah.
is this a thing again? Did people just like forget that they didn't like Vines and then are like, oh hey, let's make that again?
Well, because
Or-
people watched Vine compilations on YouTube and were like, "Oh, that's funny," not realizing that it was like the top 0.0001% of
Mhm.
all the comedy on Vine. Also, I think the more limited format is far more humorous. Like, get people more concise. Those 7 seconds, man, if you can't get someone in 7 seconds to laugh, then I don't know why you need a minute.
Oh yeah, that's also
Okay.
true. Like all of the best Vines are always really short. Now like TikTok has like full. Gosh, my sister.
You do
will
like
come in-
7-minute videos on TikTok now.
My sister will come and like
What?
tell me stuff like, "Oh, I watched
Mhm.
this." And it's like, what is this crap that you're watching? Like, it's like there's so much stuff. She's just like, "Oh yeah, what did she? I forget. She started saying something, and I was like, this sounds really dumb. So my brain tuned out. Something about men talking to women. Something. It's just like the most. I don't know how she gets on the most random like feminist stuff on TikTok. It's like, stop. Be normal, please.
The way it is whether or not you agree with it, your brain will naturally just be like, yeah, tell me your dumb ideas. And then because you watched it, now the algorithm thinks, oh, more of that, please. And it'll send you more of it. So like whether or not you agree with it, you're going to start seeing it more. And so
Yeah.
it just starts pushing more and more into the into your algorithms that way.
Yeah. Dang, hate watching and such.
Oh, you got iRate's got one that's up to 2,400 views for a short.
Ooh.
That's all right.
See, that's another thing I just don't understand about the algorithm. My most watched video is a live stream that has over 1,000 views, and you would think, wow, that was probably a very good live stream. No, YouTube suggested that live stream to literally over 1,000 people like 2 days after it streamed.
Oh,
Oh,
that's super funny.
It's just like a lot of people got it, got a good amount of likes, got some comments, I got some subscribers. It's just like, why that long? There was also another stream I did for Stardew Valley that was like, for whatever reason, and I'm perfectly fine with this. I was happy with everyone. It was just kind of weird. It was just like, who would really like this live stream specifically? Brazilian people. It was like,
Oh, dude, that's the best when we get like the Indian invasion or something on stream. And
you've had that a few times.
they're like, "Do you speak Hindi?" And I'm like, "No." And then they write something in Hindi, and I'm like, "Oh, great! Now I'm translating."
Yeah.
No, it's funny just because like I've gotten like no Brazilian viewers, and then one live stream was like, here's 3 people from Brazil who are asking me if I speak Portuguese. Yeah, I'm like, no, but they had good enough English.
At least they asked.
I did have one. The only time anything ever came in handy was I had one guy who came in who was Russian, and I'm like, I could speak some of this.
Wait, really? What do you like? What do you speak in Russian? Like
Very little Russian. Я
where's the
говорю-
library kind of stuff, or what do we?
Я говорю чуть-чуть по-русски. But
Wow.
I can read Russian better than I
But
can.
don't just roll past. What did you just say?
I speak a little Russian. Я говорю
Oh.
чуть-чуть по-русски.
Ruski, not Brewski. See,
No,
I was-
по-русски. They first of all, I can't roll my R's, which is a problem.
You can't roll the R.
I'm sure I could practice and figure it out, but that's a
Here's
lot
how
of
you
work.
practice.
Practice,
There's a
practice.
song called Panda. Let me pull up who sings it. Hold on.
On which song?
It is by Designer, and he
I know
spells
that guy.
Designer with 2 I's. Okay.
Yes.
And it's called Panda, and the song goes. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
go. There you go.
Legacy fandom driving them panda. Yeah, you gotta.
That was such a. I don't know how that song got popular, but I know
I love
exactly
that
what you're
song.
talking-
Leave
Really?
panda alone.
Gosh, that's
Punk
it.
almost got it right. Ruffles have ridges
And the Ruskis.
and brewskis.
The trick is
Gross.
not like super rolling it when you actually speak, right? Because like the roll is just like a prop, like a little like a single thud as you're going through the word. Ruski. You're not like Ruskis. Like no one.
Right.
That's the real hard part. I got a friend who's just now learned how to roll their R's, and now every time they're speaking Spanish, they're like, "One Cameron," and you're like, it's just Cameron, man. Like you don't need to keep it going.
That's pretty good. Really leans into it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's fun in Russian?
What's that?
Term
Drinking?
for yes,
Staying alive?
yes. No, the term for German is Niemiecki, which is literally like Niemiec is mute, and basically what happened is like when Russians who spoke like Russian or like original like not probably it wasn't Russian like Slavic Proto-Slavic languages like went to and met like the Germanic tribes. Basically, Russians were just talking, like, and the Germans just sat there and didn't speak because they're like, I have no idea what these people are saying. So Russians just thought that they were mute, and so now they're Nemetsky forever, which I always think is pretty funny.
Wow. Damn those mute people. They don't talk.
They're just speaking. It's like, what? Come on, do you want to speak Russian? Come on, say something.
Oh, I had a Japanese viewer. And it's a good thing Blaine was there because he come into the chat for when I was playing
yeah.
the game, and he's like, you know, he writes something, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what that is, but welcome. And he's
I
just
always
like,
get excited when I don't see kanji because I'm like, I could read that one.
yeah, there you
I
go.
don't have to Google it.
It was a good thing. You were very, very helpful. It's like he says hello or konnichiwa, and it's like, ah, good. Right on.
Simple, straightforward. I love it.
Yeah. Okay, see you around, Irate. You got to run. You have yourself a good day and an even better new year.
Bye, rate.
The old Irate. So yeah, I mean, well, a lot of things happened this year. I actually got to meet Blaine in person. That was fun.
True.
Yeah, a nice trip to Seattle.
Get the full tour.
I did, and man, what a host! You want a good host to show you around Seattle? You go to Blaine because he's the guy.
I got to do that twice this year. That was fun.
Yeah, Serranos came to visit, eh?
Yeah. We did a slight difference. We went to Chinatown for food with him rather than directly to 13 Coins. But we got to 13 Coins because,
Yes,
yeah, when you're in Seattle, you got to go to the 24-hour bar.
the place was great. And you also got to see Serranos hold chopsticks like a chisel. Is that right?
Oh, God, it's so funny. Whoopa, do you have kids in your class, like when you're growing up and you look at them writing with a pencil and you're like, by God, how do you hold that pencil?
That's probably me.
Oh, it's you? Okay. This is how Serranos uses chopsticks. And then he looks and he's like, I've never used chopsticks before. And I'm like, I know you're lying because you just got food in your mouth. But like, it was just so weird looking. But he got it. We did Korean barbecue, so we just kept putting meat on a little burner and then you pull it off and you eat it and just go
Nice.
till you explode.
Yeah, that's fun stuff. I like the beef, the bulgogi.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, and kimchi. Nice
This
and
place
spicy.
also has a it has a lamb shank that is like crisp roasted that they'll bring to your table. So like, oh, that one is one of the best. I love a good lamb shank.
Oh, lamb. Lamb is great. My Mrs. Mechanic will make lamb kofta, which is so tasty. Do you guys know what lamb kofta is?
No.
Not offhand.
It's lamb mixed up with crushed up pistachios and put in with it, and they form them into they're not meatballs. They're like rectangles, and you cook them up, and oh, so good. Got to be a picture of it here. Lamb koftas and yogurt dressing. There you go. Like this, and like this.
Oh, I know exactly what that is. I think you get a little bit of cumin on it.
Can't remember if there's cumin there. There should be the recipe.
Don't be
Just-
cumin on your food, dude.
Dude, I always cumin on the food.
Cumin.
Yeah, no, I love these things. There's a place around here where they just call them lamb skewers for the American menu. But yeah, these
Okay.
things are they're damn good.
But the pistachios crushed up in them. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that just adds a nice flavor, crunch to them. Yeah. Koftas.
All right. My laundry is done, which means I have to start being a productive human today.
Oh. Got to fold your laundry.
Indeed. Gotta do grocery shopping and all that good stuff. I gotta eat first, just because you don't want to go grocery shopping when you're hungry.
You're not supposed to anyway. But
Yes,
I
I
appreciate-
will take my leave, gentlemen.
I appreciate you coming out, Whoopa, and hope you have an excellent 2024. Hey, got anything you want to plug before you leave? Let everybody know. Hey, you guys should subscribe to Whoopa if you haven't already. He's got some pretty good streams.
Yeah, I will hopefully be doing. I gotta figure out if people can come on and what I'll be doing, but I should be streaming on New Year's Day,
Nice.
so it will be
Sounds
fun.
good.
Play some random games. with the friends and all that.
The friends,
right.
the abouts, the wonders.
Very good. Right on.
Yes. So I will see you. I will hang out and fold my laundry. Watch you
Okay.
guys for a bit.
Sounds
All
good.
right. See you guys.
Thanks, Whoopa.
Bam.
There we go. So
don't
yeah,
know.
Blaine.
Yeah.
Blaine, what was your favorite? I know you went to Japan this year. That was awesome.
Oh,
You know,
yes.
I'm so jealous. I know me and Mrs. Mechanic want to tag along the next time around. I think that would be super fun, and I'd be able to get my Japan trip in.
There you go.
You know, but other than that, like, what was really fun for you during the whole year of 2023? Like some of your most memorable moments, I guess.
Most memorable moments. Oh, I got one. This is a very me specific one.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my I went to take my car in for a tune because I have a little Cobb access port on it. A little simple like thing that rewrites your ECU so that you can get, better performance out of it. And I took it to my tuner. We started working on it, and he's like, "Yeah, for what you want and what we're doing, I can do this, but here's what you're gonna get because my car, it has a lot of controllability, but the access port in the original ECU only does so much. So we swapped to a Link ECU." And so the second we swapped to a Link ECU and we added a couple of little control features and stuff and really got it dialed in, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to take this out and about." And everyone's like, "Oh, yeah, that sounds like a real highlight. Upgrade your car. Cool, that's fun." That's not the highlight. The highlight is I want to do these little rally races in the area, and they're pretty simple. Like they go to some different mud pits and some dirt pits and some actual dirt tracks in the area, and it's just a group of people that show up and you can drive around them without doing. So it's like mini rally without having two people in the car. So really simple. I don't have to find a navigator or anything like that.
Nice.
And then I was like, I want to do these. And the second I say I want to go do these, waifu's like, "I don't want you to die." Because you watch videos of rally races, they go rolling everywhere, and they come out of the trees and things, and it's like, this isn't that rally. This is not that. If I roll over doing these things, I don't know what happened. But she says, you can do that if you put a cage in your car. And I have been wanting a fully caged rally car forever. So I got the green light to fully deck out the Boobaroo for rally. And so now I've got a few more wires to tie up, and then I'm taking it in to get it inspected. So I have like a fully like log booked, which means like licensed and anyone can race it in rally events, rally car, because my wife wants me to be safe. So I was like, oh, thank goodness. I did it. I did it, everybody.
It just boils down to safety. And that wins every time.
Yep. You're like, why do you need that? It makes me safer. It means that I can go faster to get out of everyone's way.
Yeah. Pop said, I gotta be safe.
Yeah. I need all the PPE when I'm racing.
That's right. No, that's awesome. I mean, and putting a roll cage into the Subaru there. I mean, did they have to do it custom? Like, did they pull up all the piping and all that and take the measurements
Yeah. So there's a place in the area where a lot of people, there's like 3 places near me that people go to in order to get cages, and one of them does decent work but kind of hates you if you don't show up with a Porsche. Another one does okay work, but if you want to pass a technical inspection, you will probably have to have someone else re-weld your cage, which is a pain in the ass. And then the last one is like far away as hell. It's just a dude who used to be like here in the city doing it, but like left and moved farther away. And he does like it's thousands less because he doesn't have any overhead, because he's literally in his like garage. He's his company's Godspeed Fabrication. and he used to be a tech inspector, so he knows how to read the book and be like, oh, here's the cage we have to build, and build
Oh
it.
man.
And so I already gutted it myself just to save him time. But yeah, so he removed the dash seats and everything, and then using the actual measurements of my car, put in the base plates, and then he's got a whole bending and fabrication setup in there. So he makes the entire structure of the roll cage and in the car basically.
That's awesome. And yeah, the guy's doing it out of his garage, like you say, saving money on that.
Yeah.
And he's
And I say out of garage. It's like a pole barn. Like it is. There's lots of. It feels like a pro facility. It just happens to be in a place in Washington where you can actually have land. So
It's a home shop. Yeah.
exactly.
No, that's awesome.
Little pellet stove keeping him warm while he's in there.
No, that's great. And you know, the fact the guy was a tech, so he knows all the rules and everything that he has to do. I mean,
Yep.
that's even
And like my tuner was like, go to Godspeed. All the forums are like, go to Godspeed. And every single time someone told me to go to Godspeed, they're like, go to Godspeed. You may not get it this decade, but like it will be he'll be available eventually. And I'm like, okay, a guy with a wait list, I can wait. I'm not in a rush. I still want to do this, but I don't need to do it now. So I got on his wait list, and he literally just like called me up out of the blue one day and was like, hey, you want to bring it by? And I was like, yeah, I do.
No, that's great. And yeah, when somebody has a wait list, you know they're doing good
Yeah.
work.
And for a wait list, dude's super nice. Like I was kind of expecting the here's the thing, let's get you out of here, but like lots of back and forth with like, here's exactly what we need, here's how we're going to do it. Ended up having him do because in rally specifically, you can't have chair rails, so like you can't go back and forth. So he welded me up some mounts for that. Just like everything I needed. He was either like, yeah, here it is, and here it's done perfectly, or like I wanted a skid plate for underneath, and he was
Yep.
like, yeah, I could cut you one, but like I'm gonna charge you 3 times what this one is online. You could just buy. And I was like, okay, thanks.
You gotta like guys like that. Ones that
Exactly.
aren't out to screw you over. They just want to do good work and want you to be like not have to break the bank to upgrade your stuff. That's
Yep.
great.
Yeah. So that was my highlight, was unlocking the secret code of car upgrades, and then beginning that process.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, good on you. Get to play around in the Subaru.
Oh,
Do
it's gonna
some
be a blast.
racing.
And I still have a side seat, so you come back down, we can probably pull off a track day.
Go for a ride.
Mhm.
Take some video of in behind this, in the cockpit there in the seat.
Yeah, I gotta get the cage mount for like a GoPro or something that I can connect to the track info.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a good time. Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, I did actually get to go into I used to take photos for this fella that was in like just demolition derby amateur
Mhm.
stuff. And he's like, "Oh yeah, well, today is sponsor day and you get to take the car out and drive around on the track." I'm like, "Whoa, okay." So I got strapped into that thing, 5-point harness and all that, helmet,
Nice.
and do some laps around the track. I came in second.
There you
But it
go.
was pretty funny, people just running into each other, and yeah, it was quite the fun experience.
That
to
would
do
be
that.
that would be a blast.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. They do those up at in Monroe. They got the demo derbies. I watched it once, but man, that would be fun.
Oh yeah. Like I watched this guy, they do a lot of work. He had like I have pictures, but they're so old I don't know if I'd be able to find them, but they got like C channel welded alongside the doors and stuff like
Yep.
that. Just it's amazing what has to be done just to be compliant with the rules for just demolition derby. It's not just take your car in there and smash it up because you'll be dead.
Yeah, and especially in a demo derby where it's like the entire point is the crash. Like most racing, you build all the crash features so that you would hopefully never need them.
Yep. Yeah. No, not demo derby. You're lining up
man.
and you're just hauling off on people. Oh yeah.
We also have up at Monroe. They also do school bus figure eights. That one always intrigues me.
Oh, school buses.
Yeah, when one of those buses tags the tail of another one, it just like you're like, oh look, all the kids are
Oh,
dead. I guess.
that's it. Sorry, little Jimmy, you don't go to school today.
Yeah, this is why we don't have figure eight shaped intersections.
Yeah, makes it a little rough. That was like the time I showed you or I asked you about those rig races where the guys are in semi trucks and they're racing around and they have
Oh
to,
yeah,
they
dude,
have to
that was
spray.
such a
Yeah,
blast.
you got to spray water on their brake pads so that they don't
Mhm.
melt when they step in on them. It's just crazy that stuff.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. If anybody's, I've got the link there in the chat there. If anybody wants to pop in there, you're more than welcome to join Blaine and myself. Be here for we'll be here for a while longer still. Talking about anything and everything, sort of a year in review, and it wasn't that bad of a year. I think things are slowly getting back to normal and such after the horrible things that happened in the previous years.
Right?
You know,
Like you
yeah.
were saying on Friday, it's like it feels like the first new year. Like we've had
Yeah.
3 years of the same year, and now we actually have like a new year coming.
Yes. And I'm I'm hoping things are getting better for everyone. I know some of the wide world of things that are going on as far as wars and stuff like that. It's just, oh man, can we just stop with that already? I'm just let's not do that anymore. This is just kind of pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't purport to understand it.
There's no way we could. I mean, yeah, you think not everything is black and white, I guess is what I'm getting at. There's always shades of gray, and you don't ever know all the details or everything that's going along behind the scenes and all that. So
Mm-hmm.
best thing you can do is just take care of yourself and your family, make sure they have the best life they can have. And that's pretty much have fun on the side, have your recreation and your escape corner, as it were,
Mhm.
that you can go to.
Gotta hide
And
out.
then that's right. You can enjoy your anime if that's what you're into. And I know I see most people in the chat are into the anime, so that's good. We can escape to that. And I know I've got a year ahead of planning themes for anime months and what games to play next and all that kind of stuff. And I'm really enjoying Record of Lodoss War. That's great. I'm glad Waifu wanted to give it a watch. Very enjoyable.
Very nice. What
You
throughout
What's
the
that?
year was there a creator you encountered where you were like, wow, this is really fun, and you like the top creator you met this year that was new for this year?
YouTube, you mean? YouTube creator?
Yeah.
I'd have to look through my list because that's hard to remember all the people I've interacted with.
Maybe not even interacted, just like found their videos and you were like
Found their
started
videos?
watching them. You're like, wow, I really like these videos. Or you don't have to play the friend game.
Yeah, there you go. There was one, and she's a VTuber, and I know people will be like, "What? Watching VTubers? What's the matter with you?" But this one girl, she goes by Mellow Mutinous,
Okay.
and she did a stream on men's mental health, and that one really impacted me because I was like, "Wow, here's someone seriously talking about men's mental health and how how to get help and all that kind of stuff." And I'm like, wow, she did such a good job, and she did such a good job that I messaged her on Twitter and told her, hey, good job doing this. And yeah, that was just she did a good job. And I think it's important because there's the thought is for men is, yeah, suck it up.
Right.
All these bad things happen to you. We don't want to hear about it. And that's that's what happens to us, and I live that. There's things. I don't know about you, but I don't want to bring down my wife with the things that I hear about or learn or whatever, and it's like things that happen. You just keep it to yourself, and that happens too.
Yeah. I feel more of the laziness of if I say this, I know I'm going to have to explain 100 years of history before I can move forward with.
Yeah. There you go. We have another chatter coming on here. He's the tech guru, from what I understand. I've seen of his, and it's DJ Ronnie G.
DJ Ronnie Turtle G.
That's not
That's right.
true. I learned everything I know from you, Blaine, and my turtles.
Oh. You must have some really smart turtles then, because I don't know what you're getting from us.
I don't
Are
know.
they teenage and mutant?
They got really smart after I started eating those batches of mushrooms.
Yeah, I guess so.
You went the Mario route and learned a lot from the turtles.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so anyway, it's interesting you guys are talking about, things that happen around the world, and sometimes I think people, want to purport to know everything, and I guess when I was a teenager, every teenager knows everything, right?
Oh, of course.
Or thinks they do, and I remember in September of 2001, a couple of things happened in New York and other places in the country, and I thought it was a good idea to galvanize support to take the get vengeance. So I go and I draw pictures of Osama bin Laden, thinking okay, well, what would he look like? So I draw a guy with a scraggly. I didn't even know what he looked like. I just assumed he had a scraggly beard. I assumed he was wearing some kind of turban, even though they do not wear turbans in Afghanistan. They wear something different. It's not turbans are India. But I'm drawing these posters. I'm hanging them on lamp posts. I'm saying get bin Laden, stop bin Laden. I don't know. I was eating up the narrative at face value. Some random guy across streets you don't even know. And I was like, oh, but what about blah, blah, blah? And, in retrospect, decades later, I'm thinking, oh, that guy was, I don't know if the guy knew what he was talking about, but he was at least right about the part where I didn't know what the F I was talking about.
Yeah.
But I am proud of my artwork, though. I mean, I'm not proud of it. I'm proud of the quality of the artwork, not the accuracy.
You could do both. I believe you could be proud.
Yeah,
All right, DJ
Hello,
Ronnie
Andy
G.
Ori.
Who's your favorite new channel you encountered throughout the year?
Oof. Did I encounter your channel in 2023 or 2022?
Sweet. Yes,
I'm
kiss
not
my
sure.
ass.
I don't know. I'm just asking myself because, if I encountered you in 2022, then I can just pretend that was my best channel I found in 2022, and then pick another one for 23. But now, jokes aside, I do appreciate your brand of whether or not you intend on, doing comic relief. I do appreciate your brand of comedy when you interject that into your show. Sometimes it might be a game I'm not into, and I can always tune out. We can watch. I got 3 monitors. I can put other things on. I can, channel stuff. But the quality of your content's interesting. I still don't know how you memorize what color LED button does different things. But me, I would print out little stickers. Although the
I used to
stickers are
have
static.
little stickers all over it, and I planned on redoing it when I started this channel, and I just never have. And since I only hit 3 buttons, it hasn't been too hard.
I mean, at that point, it seems like once you get accustomed to 3 buttons, yeah, there you go, and even if you're using more, perhaps you get used to it anyway, because sometimes that happens, you get some bookmarks and, I don't know, you memorize the autocomplete, you never click the button, but other than that, let me think here. In all seriousness, I'm not trying to brown nose. Hey, is that? Oh wait, I know this guy. But real quick, I would say I like what Floral and Punk Waddle have been doing in the past year. Floral, has been trailblazing. Wilton the Troll has been trolling, and Punk Waddle has just been, keeping Cupid on ice, which is important for his physiology.
Yeah, good old Punk Waddle. And welcome, Andy Ori.
I don't know this person. Hello, Andy Ori.
Do you know them, DJ Ronnie G?
I was about to read the name as advisory. I was gonna go. Is that? I
Oh.
can't read cursive. Does that say advisory? Maybe
And
it was
I
a
can
weather
change that up for
advisory,
you. I can change
a
that
winter
up.
storm advisory, perhaps. No, no, keep it in cursive. I love misreading names. I love botching names. You ever read like an old letter? I did this with Punk Waddle, like when I had him on my Monday show a few weeks ago, where I was reading a note written by like scurvy infected British sailors. Well, I don't think it's an infection, but they were sick and starving, and they write this note in 1845 to leave it
Oh,
on
I
a
saw that.
beach to be found, and it's basically saying on one part of the note it says all is well. Then a year later they update the same note and they're saying all is not well. But I'm trying to read this cursive, and I was just like, kind of like just it's almost like error correction, and you just read and you make up a funnier word than what's actually there. And I do that. I mean, it's like you pick up some note, you go to your old family pictures, and it's like you can put the word butts in there, and have fun with it, I guess, but it's totally out of context.
Yes. We actually showed you were speaking about cursive. I showed that on Blaine stream there on Friday. What mine looks like there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I'll
Pop,
have to check
Pop
that out.
writes in cursive like he's writing a letter back home from the Civil War.
Oh my God, that's kind of cool.
My dearest Elizabeth.
Things have not
So
gone
can you
well here.
can you do calligraphy?
No, I did. I was looking at some calligraphy pen sets and all that, but here, this is what my handwriting looks like. So, I mean, it's not like the best, but it's good enough.
Discord, Twitter, butt shoot. Yes, it's butt
Bit
shoot.
shoot, yeah,
See,
bit
that
shoot.
totally says butt on it. Yeah, although you're missing a T.
Of course.
Odyssey, Google.
I'm gonna call it butt shoot from now on.
But you
Yeah, butt
You'll hear
shoot
me.
is awful. I have a channel there, and I have two channels of BitChute. I actually have one. How many? Oh, I got one main one. It's called Industrial Television. Check it out. Sometimes it's absolutely messed up. And it's basically a show that would air on public access in my town. And we recorded all of the episodes that we could capture back in the day, because in the late 90s, early 2000s, because it was so out there. But I have to move my operation to either Rumble or Odyssey for this, because BitChute is just literally, I mean, from my observation, is literally infested with neo guys, like they're like actual
Yeah.
neo guys. Like they're not actual N guys where they wear the uniform. They're just the neo ones where they shave their head, or at least say the
Oh,
things
I
that the
see.
guy shaving their head say.
And they ride
like,
three
they-
across in a white Ford.
Yeah, and like they're putting in the comments, they always talk about IQ points. They're like, oh, this study says the IQ in this part of the world is lower because these guys is, and it's like it's clearly, these guys are actual. That's the word, supremacist. Yeah, they're those guys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How hilarious.
And like that's BitChute, because I guess like they embrace the free speech thing, which I'm all for. But at the same time, it seems that this group gravitated to BitChute and found it more hospitable than the rest of the platforms.
I tried BitChute, and yeah, it's just too convoluted, and it's you can't even stream until you've watched so much content, and it's just these
Yeah.
stupid rules so it's not gonna make it.
And I saw a lot of dumb stuff on there. Like after the election, for like an entire year after the election, there were people on BitChute. They were like adamant that Trump was still president. They were like dead serious. They're like, oh no, this is a fake Oval Office, and you can see Biden in a TV studio here, and then this little shadow, that's Trump walking by waving. And like these people, some of them were, I think, just taking advantage of stupid people, and other people were dead serious at parroting that content. It was just really a weird place. Oh yeah, and the JFK Jr. was coming back to life. It was gonna be like JFK Jr. This lady was bawling out, crying because she saw a video where like she's like, "That's JFK Jr. He's still alive." And she's like crying, and she's saying he's gonna save the world and make Trump his president and VP ticket or some craziness. It was wild.
Sounds like it, and geez, people are just so unhinged.
Mm-hmm. That was like
Gemini
what I
still
did
come-
on Christmas
Sorry.
2020, I think I watched. Not go on, but yeah, that's what I did on Christmas 2020. And Yeah, I see we got a message from Mr. Jem here.
Biden's inauguration was filmed in the same studios as me.
Oh, my.
Oh, nice one, G. I can always count on you to bring the
Mhm.
humor. You got a good one.
I'm not even opening my can of worms on a moon landing. You know, I unload about the moon landing, man. Oh,
Does Lofty post on BitChute? Coming after Lofty.
Oh yeah, Lofty of the IQ take.
Some of the things I can agree with him, but some of the things are just like, oh, I think you're out in left field.
Yeah, he is a goober, that's for sure.
Oh, I'll never forget that time, and I don't know if anybody else remembers, but I had to take my pants off because I spilled beer on my laptop. I had to wipe my laptop off.
Why aren't you wearing pants?
Oh man, that guy. That's a gem. Junior's coming to Dallas, take over. Oh man, those videos were crazy. Okay, so you've watched some of those. I've never seen those, so.
All right, I have to continue with my day because weekends are
right.
when I have the most time. So, Pop, wonderful 2023. Can't wait to see what you do in 2024. Kampai to you, but I've got a cup of coffee. Cheers.
That's okay. Cheers, Blaine. It's a pleasure to meet you in person and to always be a part of your channel. It's very fun. I always have a good time.
Good.
Are you working on anything coming up in the new year? Anything you want anybody to know about?
I mean, I'm chugging away on the Evangelion Manifesto. I'm going so deep that it's probably going to be 4 videos by the time I'm done with it. So we'll see.
Wow.
We'll see what I can do as far as collecting it all. And
wow.
DJ Ronnie G, I feel like I only ever really talked to you on Pop stream, but always a blast. Always a blast to hear the turtle takes.
oh, I thank you, and I look forward to this manifesto of yours. I'm sure we can galvanize a lot of support for
Thank you. Thank you.
this
Bye,
story.
everybody.
Now, but jokes aside, what is this like?
So it is a.
So,
I don't rewatch things except Evangelion, so it's my here's why Evangelion is worthy of being rewatched.
I agree.
Fuamoko or Bibu. Bibu
Bibu
is a force. Okay, I have never watched a Bibu stream or highlight, and yet Bibu is like indoctrinated into my Discord. Like I find it hilarious. Anyway, everyone have a wonderful rest of your year, and I will see you all next year.
See you, Blaine.
Aye. See you later. Happy New Year.
All right.
I think my signal is cutting out for
the
a
chat
split.
hasn't. Cutting out?
I'm sorry. I'm going to mute for a second.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody who hasn't subscribed to Blaine's Escape Corner, go ahead and do so because he streams quite a bit every weekday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, there's always lots to hear and talk about with Blaine about how stuff to escape, how to escape from reality and enjoy yourself in your recreation time. So yes, he is doing the Evangelion Manifesto. I'm looking forward to that. It's been so long since I've watched Evangelion, probably 1997, 1998, last time I watched Evangelion. I don't know if anyone else watched it, but it's
that long ago. You said you watched it. You watched it in 1997 and 98. You haven't watched it since?
That's correct.
Wow. Then you're being able to watch it again.
Well, maybe watching Blaine's Manifesto will help, and it did have an effect on my like I binged it. I really did. I went hard on watching Evangelion, and maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have ingested in smaller pieces. But gee, you never watched it.
That can always
Okay.
be a little tricky when you watch it all in one stint. it might be
Yes.
too much.
Yes.
I did that with a couple of things. I tried to save them. So when I watched Double Zeta Gundam like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, I took a break like at like the next to last episode, just because I didn't want it to end. I took a break in the middle briefly, but like at the end, I didn't watch the next to last episode for like an entire year, which is kind of pushing it. But
Wow.
I just didn't want it to end. And then recently, I was watching Fang of the Sun Dude Room,
Huh.
which is it's like it's pretty good. It's like from 1984, and I think it was also Sunrise, but it's a much more scaled down mech. It involves an Earth Federation and a colony world named The Lawyer, and basically they want the financial interest on Earth. Don't want that.
Okay, so typical Gundam stuff.
So
It
it's like
sounds like.
75 episodes. Yeah, and 75 episodes. I'm in episode 40, kind of saying, "Oh crap, I don't want this." Watch some Macross, watch something else. Put some padding in between episodes.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of Macross, I know Alex Moore is watching Macross Plus right now. So I hope you're enjoying that, Alex Moore. That's nice. It's only 4 episodes long, but it's really good. They pack a lot into those 4 episodes. And Punkwaddle
Yeah,
says,
I have no quite so. Only sort of movie compilation of so I don't know if I should get the mini series instead and watch that if I would get more enjoyment. I mean, I guess. Oh my God, Punkwater's talking about War in the
More in the Pocket on Ironcaster's channel
talking
tomorrow
about War in the
evening.
Pocket.
There you go. Good job,
That's so-
Punkwaddle.
So interestingly, I've heard him. I think I heard Punkwaddle or Snacks and Punkwaddle mention this thing that Ironcaster's doing, and I vaguely heard about Ironcaster mentioning this in passing, and I thought it was a new thing. I was like, oh, he's starting to do Mecha Talk now, and then someone's like saying to me, no, man, he's been doing it, and I'm like, I've been missing out apparently. So
Yeah,
I mean, I definitely look forward to seeing this.
I don't know when Ironcaster streams a lot, but I think I miss a lot of them because he must be doing it at a different time that I'm either at work or that's got to be it. I try to tune in for his stuff when I can because he's watching a lot of the same stuff I am. So
Yeah. And I mean, I'm looking at right now, I think I initially subscribed to a channel on my other YouTube account, Shadow hidden from the chat on a channel, on the Snowdub channel. So I was alternating. Maybe I missed some notifications of there. It could just be the timing of the notification, like you say. But I'm taking a quick look and I'm seeing, okay, I mentioned Mech Pit chat number 4, Battletech. Okay, so it's relatively new. This Mech Pit chat, at least, is relatively new. So I haven't missed a whole lot, but he has covered Gundam in the past and some stuff about Sentai or Kamen Rider. But I'm definitely up. Oh yeah, I see some Gundam thumbnails here. Hell yeah, I'm gonna skip through this right here. I got something to look at after lunch today. Well, after my lunchtime nap, I'm gonna check out this video on Ironcaster channel titled Gundam Roundtable 40, Lala's Dilemma. I want to know about Lala Sung's dilemma.
that sounds good. Look at that. You never know what you find.
And Punkwater, yeah, you never do. You really, I got a clump of Gundam stuff on one page. I scrolled down 4 page lengths, and I got a crap ton of Gundam stuff on one page right in front of me right now. So I am blown away. No, I'm exaggerating, but it's pretty cool. And Punkwater says designs, and he's referring to the RX-78 prototype, the Gundam triple-barreled Gatling guns into the wrists. As I don't know if it has a core fighter. I know it does have the 360-degree spherical cockpit and attachable. I believe the term is Chobam or Shoban, some kind of armor that's got hollow spaces. They use this in actual tanks, and I think it's carbon. I'm gonna look this up. Chobam armor. Yeah, and I love when I
you
misspell
go.
things on Google on purpose just to get like the right spelling. So it's spelled show CHOBHAM armor, and it's basically like layers of like armored plate and ceramic and hollow space, so that when you get hit with a heat round, the hot gases have somewhere to go. And so
Okay.
anyway, this Gundam had like this type of arm outside of its armor. So the idea was that it could take a heavy hit and then eject the damaged armor after the fact, which I guess would also make it more agile. And it just looked cool. It had more verniers, more thrusters on it. So it was a cool design in general. And Punk Waddle also says, I'm usually not available on Monday nights, but well, we have a New Year's, which, by the way, speaking of Mondays, if any of you guys, I think you already said you'd be interested in coming by tomorrow night. Is that the case still, Pop Culture Mechanic?
Yes, yes. I am available at the time.
Okay, if you, cool. You're invited. You don't have to come. I know you're busy. You can just bring your avatar. You don't have to bring the whole. I know you gotta, clean your feathers and stuff. So you don't have to clean. If you want to come through tomorrow night, you're more than welcome. I'll give you the link to the stream if you want to join that. And like you said, you don't have to shower or bring your penguin self with you. You can just bring an avatar. You're welcome in any form. But back to you, Pop.
Yeah. I'm not much of a Gundam guy. I have watched a few Gundam things like what is it? Gundam Seed, and I've watched Gundam Wing, and I've watched Iron-Blooded Orphans. Blaine suggested that one to me, and yeah, I enjoyed Iron-Blooded Orphans. It was quite good. But I was more of a Macross guy, as you can see on the screen here. I am much more of.
Dude, I was
a
blown
Macross
away by
fan.
Macross. Like, I can't say enough good things about Macross. What happened was, I was into Gundam for a long time, and one day I'm at like Hot Topic, which is like the American goth shop in the mall.
Yeah.
Like they sell T-shirts. Like it's for all of the posers, but also some goths. It was a mix, but they had these like things called. I think they actually had a goofy name. Like they were called like pop vinyls. Actually, they're not called pop vinyls, but it had some like short name like that, and they were like 80 millimeter or 80 millimeter DVD, so the mini, size DVD disc, and it contained like a hack. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna check out this Robotech thing. And unfortunately, that was where I got my start with Macross, was the pilot, the first episode of Robotech. But I enjoyed it, and for a while, most of my knowledge was based on that. And then, like in 2019 or 2020, I discovered on Amazon that they had like original STF Macross on there, like in its entirety with commercials, and I was blown away just because I don't know, like it was different. The music was correct. Apparently, I was missing out on the fact that like Minmay only sings like 2 freaking songs in Robotech, but she sings like 10 songs.
Yes.
I'm exaggerating a bit, but she sings multiple songs.
Yes.
But like, it's a fantastic franchise, and I was just happy that I got to like get into it. Like, so it's sort of like when I started watching Babylon 5 in 2017. It was the first time for me, so it's like, you can't watch something the first time, more than twice. Assuming your memory doesn't work that well, you can watch it for the first time twice. But after that, you lose that news. So yeah, no, Macross blew me away. And I remember, you expressed that you like the music in Macross 7, but the story not so much. And that was an interesting thing that maybe we'll discuss tomorrow. But
Sure.
what do we? I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. I'm just excited that you brought up Macross, and I'm excited when we bring up Mecha.
Yeah, it's right up there with Gundam in my eyes. I know a lot of people always go to the Gundam, but it was only because Macross was limited from coming over to the West here. Like you were saying, you watched Robotech, and so did I. I watched it in 1985 when it was on television, and yeah, I was like, "This is the best thing ever." I want more of this, and so that just fueled the anime fan in me. And it's unfortunate, but Gundam didn't have those problems that Macross did with coming over and having a lot of exposure in the U.S. and Canada. So,
Mm-hmm.
and
By the way, this is a fantastic image or wallpaper set you got here.
oh, you like that? I just go through and find stuff that's relevant. I've divided them up into different series, but yeah. If you want to see like the whole Macross story, from the very beginning. Tune into 1984's Do You Remember Love? And that sort of summarizes
Hell
the
yeah.
entire Macross
Yep.
previous series into one movie.
And what's cool about Do You Remember Love is, although like I watched the original series and then I think I went to like M7 and then Do You Remember Love. What's great about Do You Remember Love is that, like you said, it's like short and sweet. You know, you're getting like the original, you know, SDF explained in a simple film, but also in terms of continuity, it's like it. When you watch Macross 7, it is based on the Do You Remember Love continuity. So
That's
things are
right.
less
Yep.
jarring. If you go from, you know, it's so yeah, that's something that I think is definitely worth mentioning. And
Yeah.
I to get it, I had to buy the Japanese Blu-ray, and then it had no subtitles on it, which I was aware of. But I bought the Japanese Blu-ray, had to copy it to my computer, download the subtitles from opensubtitles.org, and added them in. But it's a beautiful copy. I'm glad I did it because at the time previously, the only way I watched a lot of this because of Harmony Gold being evil, or greedy, or both.
Agreed.
Is the only way I watched Macross 7 and Macross Frontier and Macross Delta was because there was a YouTube channel that had all of it, including Do You Remember Love? It was all on one YouTube, and I guess they got away with it really so long. And then at some point after I finished everything, they put the kibosh on it. And so
Mhm.
if I wanted to rewatch Do You Remember Love, I was like, okay, well, where can I get it? And that's when I was faced with this reality that like I can't buy Macross 7 on Blu-ray unless I am willing to go to eBay and buy it from a counterfeiter, because there's a difference
Yes.
between a bootleg movie and a counterfeit, you know. And the counterfeiters actually did pretty good work. Like, I mean, they bought the Japanese version of SDF Macross, they ripped it, they added English and Chinese subtitles to it, and made it, you know, so you could toggle them. So at that point, I was like, you know what, you can have my $20 if you're gonna give this to me. And you know what, it was actually boxed pretty nicely. It was a little sketchy because when you open up the DVD case, looks legitimate, but it doesn't have a barcode on it, right? But it looks legitimate. It's got like, you know, nice embossment on the cardboard and the color ink and all of that. But when you slide this thing open and you open up the actual DVD jewel case, there is like way more discs than there are slots to accommodate them. So they're like double stacking, triple
Oh.
stacking the disc. Every disc has like a little plastic bag wrapped around it for some reason. Like, I've never seen it packaged like that. But no, the work, and the discs are purple, so you know they're clearly recordable discs, not, you know,
Mhm.
pressed from the, you know, recording industry.
Yeah.
But you know, it's okay. My plan was to just, you know, back it up to my digital library. This disc would be my hard copy for if my computer got hit with an EMP. And so at the moment, that's the best I can do to get like a crisp copy of that, you know. And it's actually considerably more expensive for me to do the same for Macross 7. That's why I just kind of paused my search for that. I said I'll come back to that when I, maybe like next payday, I don't know, or maybe next holiday. But it just sucks that it's this hard to just get. Like, I'm willing to pay for it legitimately, like 100%. Like, you know, I'm not trying to bootleg shit. You know, I want to buy it.
Yeah, just like any one of us that are fans of stuff. And there was supposed to be a deal done between Harmony Gold and all those guys and the Japanese creators that they can start releasing this stuff, but I haven't seen much of anything yet. So hopefully they get on that and get it out there too.
I don't know about it. I don't have optimism about it. Now, I maybe read the wrong pessimistic post, but I think that when the initial press release came out, it sounded very optimistic. But if you do like a little more sitting down and digging, maybe I should like just, instead of making claims, I should collect the materials, collect evidence to support what I'm stating. But in like chronological order, as far as press releases go, or as far as like, you know, whoever's doing the anime news and stuff like that, like I'm pretty sure that they backpedaled on that Harmony Gold, or not necessarily backpedaled. They like made an agreement. They committed to that agreement, but then it was like one of these, oh, but we didn't actually agree to do this thing that you think, you know, like, so it's a bit of a mess.
Oh, once again, Harmony
It
Gold
looks like a mess to me.
goes around. Yeah.
Yeah, I should say from my perspective, it looks like a mess. Like, because when I heard the thing, I was optimistic, and then I bring up that it's a mess, and people will say the same thing. They'll repeat that. Oh no, it's been good. They made this deal, and I'm like, I don't know. I checked it out again. So yeah, it might be the same old games. And so originally my plan was to hold my breath until the American release of Macross 7, so I could just buy it. But at this point, I'm either gonna buy like one of the Chinese ones on eBay, or I'm gonna buy a DVD version, which actually will cost me more. But if I buy a DVD version, it'll almost certainly not be progressive scan, and so
Oh
I
yeah.
always have to meticulously have to de-interlace it. So just extra steps there. But Gemini mentions the only Robotech thing I've ever interacted with was the game Robotech Invasion, and I remember downloading like a incomplete well, not download. I bought a EverDrive cartridge on Amazon that for the N64 that had a SD card loaded with N64 games, and one of them was the incomplete Robotech game that was never released.
Crystal Dreams. That's the whole reason I bought an
Yes.
N64 back in the day.
Oh my
That's the
god.
whole and then Game Tech got, they get bankrupt, and it's like, oh great, well, all right. So much for that idea. But yes,
And the game
I
kind
didn't
of
play.
works.
It does kind of work. Okay. I didn't play Invasion because it was
I have it. I can
for
send you a card.
Xbox
Did I ever
and
send it?
PS2. Send me the card? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
you're
sorry.
dropping out there,
I think I was
DJ.
breaking up again. But yeah, no, I was
Oh, there you go.
just saying. A while back, I think I said I was going to send you the .z. So just copy, and it runs in an emulator, or if you ever get a flash cartridge for N64, it'll run on the N64
Okay.
itself. But basically, the version of Crystal Dreams that is available is quite buggy. Like, I mean, some elements work fine, and then other things, like, you'll just have to hit that reset button after going through a certain menu. Certain parts of the menu, you just have to hit that reset button. But it had a pretty
Okay.
comprehensive menu. It almost looked like it had a debug menu in there where, like, you can pick out like 3D models and just view them on the screen. But the main base of the game is the ability to fly, the ability to maneuver a Valkyrie, and it does have the ability to go from overtech mode to regular flight mode to Batoroid mode.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to play this one because it was for the Xbox and PS2, and I don't believe I had one back in 2004. But I did play.
Xbox One?
Yeah, it looks like it. I did play Robotech Battle Cry, I got that on the
Oh my
GameCube,
god.
and that wasn't bad. That had all the original voice actors doing their parts, so that was okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty fun, and a good fun one to play through. Battle Cry, yeah.
That's good. It's only $14 on eBay. All right.
Yeah,
sold.
It's you buy
And then this other one, Robotech Invasion. I mean, I got an Xbox on my entertainment center. It's a proper modded Xbox. So one way or another, if I can't find a game by one means, I'll happily buy the disc. And actually, yeah, I can get it from anywhere from $6 to $20. So probably go with the $6 one because I don't really care about the condition. It is also available for PS2 and Xbox. So
yeah.
I don't know if it would be better on a PS2, but probably for me, easy to just run it on Xbox.
Probably the deals are out there, folks. You can go and get them if you have a look around.
Wasn't there a Robotech game that you picked up that was actually really obscure and hard to get a good deal on, like a while back?
Yes, I believe it was the Macross 30th anniversary.
Yes,
And
that sounds about right.
picked that
Yeah,
up.
that sounds like the one.
It was like $50. I picked it up for the PS3, and damn hard. Like I've reached an impasse where I can't get by there because the boss fight is just so incredibly hard. But this is it right here. I'll just share the old screen here, and it's awesome. It's got all the idol singers in there. It's got some new characters, but you can see there's the girls from Macross Frontier, Malene from Macross 7. There's Lin May there, but not a lick of English in the whole game. I had to download a translated couple of pages.
Oh, you were
print them
able to
out.
patch it?
Oh, I couldn't
Were you
patch
able
it.
to
I
patch?
just had to. I was just had
Oh,
to do by notes. That's all.
Lately, I've been making use of well, not lately, but for like over a year, I've been using on and off Google Translate, and it's pretty powerful. Like the app version will use the camera on the phone and translate in near real time. And if you upload a picture to Google Translate through your desktop browser, it'll also translate the text in the image. So if I was playing a video game, potentially, anything that's not verbal, anything that's appearing in text or kanji, could be, at least translated sufficiently to navigate the menus and what have you.
Okay. Yeah, this is
But you
good.
did
I'm
it
glad I
off
found
of
it.
you did it off of notes, you say? Like, so what was it that you
Like
were translating
text.
exactly?
So whoever did this, they just copied out um, what the menus are, and they just explained if it's this, if the kanji looks like this is what it is. So load game, save game, continue with the story, upgrade
That's cool.
your weapons, and it's like, okay, well, I managed to
Mhm.
fumble my way through and get it so that I could do stuff, and it was enjoyable. I mean, the cutscenes I couldn't understand a lick of them, but that's gonna happen. So yeah, I had to do it the old-fashioned way, with text translation and printing it out on a piece of paper.
But the graphics were beautiful. I think I've seen some gameplay too once, and I
Oh,
mean the box art looks
yeah.
like covers everything.
Oh, they were great. And yeah, being able to change up at a moment's notice into whatever mode you need to be in. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, that's beautiful. Hmm.
I wish I could have finished it though, but like I say, I made it to the hard part where I couldn't beat the boss, and it's like, man.
That happened to me
Yeah.
playing Neon Genesis Evangelion for Nintendo 64.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm sure if I revisit it, one, I gotta find the cartridge that I misplaced. But at this point, I got it on a flash cartridge, so I'll probably just play it on that. But that game, you get to various points. Like, actually, I was stuck on the training level. I kept getting an F, and then I got further. I got up to the part where you're supposed to snipe Ramiel, which is like the angel that's shaped like a diamond. And after that, I put the game down again. And when I went to revisit it, I had to start over from practice, and it was just so hard. But I guess that keeps your brain functioning better or something. So maybe I should just rise to the challenge.
Get good.
Ah, shoot! My manager's calling me. I'm gonna mute and take a
Uh-oh.
call.
Yeah, no problem, DJ. You go ahead. So yeah, there you have it, everybody. That's some of the games we like to play. Gemini, you don't remember much of the game except your armor transforms into a motorcycle. Oh yes, that's from Genesis Climber Mospeada. And as I recall, their mechs were motorcycles that could transform into power armor. But this was all due to Carl Masek taking the 3 different animes, Super Dimensional Fortress Macross, Super Dimensional Cavalry Southern Cross, and Genesis Climber Mospeada, and mashing them all together just because they had a similar look to them and calling it Robotech. So, well, so I have brought up quite a few things. Yeah, Blaine had a good point there about some of the people that I started watching this year, and I said that Mello was one of them, VTuber. I don't watch all the VTubers. I just watch 2 or 3 of them. Fillion being one. Why? Because she's funny as hell. I'll watch Fillion, I'll watch Mello, and Coconuts, because she's pretty hilarious. All right. We'll move right along here then. I know you guys have been watching some anime. You guys excited for ones that are coming up in the future? I know I am. Some of the ones that are coming up are... Well, actually, we'll do it like this. Browse for the year. Winter. I'm going to try Chain Soldier. Delicious in Dungeon. Hokkaido Gals are super adorable, because who doesn't want to watch anime about girls that are super adorable? The Wrong Way to Use Healing. The Foolish Angel Dances with the Devil. That might be a fun one. Dr. Elise, the Royal Lady with the Lamp. The Lady with the Lamp, that was Florence Nightingale. Isn't that what they used to call her? Gushing Over Magical Girls. I'll have to see if that's any good. What's this one? Saikyo Tank no Meikyu. And Maito Isekai no Yu. So it's like Hot Springs in Another World. That'll be a fun one. Meiji Gekken 1874. That looks like a historical one. Yuki Bakumetsu Bang Bravern. There you go. That's what I'm gonna be trying to get up to watching. Gee, Fillion has gremlin energy from the clips you've seen. Yeah, she does. It's funny though. Also watching You Laugh, You Lose. Last night, I believe she was on, and she did that, and she had to drink some hot sauce because she lost. And she had actually called Henya, and Henya said, "No, you should drink some hot sauce for your punishment." And she did, and it was funny, like you'd expect it to be. Let's go, Hokkaido Gals. Yeah, let's go, Hokkaido Gals. How long do we have to wait anyway? Should tell me first episode in 7 days. There we go. We got a week. Ha, don't drink sauce. Of course, Alex Moore, don't drink the sauce. She's the one that did it, though. She wants to drink hot sauce. Who am I to stop her? I still have a lot to catch up on, though, too. A lot of shows that I planned to watch, but I haven't gotten to yet. Just got to take the time, slowly get through it. Once I get through Gatchaman, then I can free up some morning hours for some shows. It's just the fact that Gatchaman is 105 episodes, so it takes a while. Henya, glad the kettle is still going. Don't get lost in the sauce. Yeah. No, Henya's hilarious. Yeah, and as far as video games go, playing all these retro games on stream has been pretty good. I've been able to catch up on some I've never touched at all. And then there's some that I play not on stream, which is nice. Don't have to concentrate too hard. Just go with it. Like what was that? WarioWare Smooth Moves for the Switch. That was a funny one to play. Mini games. Also, One Piece Odyssey. Finished that. I put like 109 hours into it. And what else did I play this year? Really wanted to play the One Piece game, so I'm glad I got through that. Oh, I gotta still keep going on Tears of the Kingdom. I've really fallen off playing Tears of the Kingdom. Maison Ikoku is freeing up your work lunch break show. There you go. That's some Rumiko Takahashi stuff right there, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Maison Ikoku. Yes, Rumiko Takahashi, the one who did Ranma. And Kimigura Orange Road. No, wait a minute. I better make doubly sure. Urusei Yatsura, Inuyasha, Ranma, Mermaid Forest. Oh yes, Maris, the Chojo. I did that review on stream. She has done quite a lot. Yeah, original creator of Urusei Yatsura. But she seems to be able to only do two things, like awkward romance or isekai to another world. Because Ranma is like awkward romance. Same with Urusei Yatsura. Same with Inuyasha, but Inuyasha has that isekai element to it. Yeah. She always does that awkward romance. She never do just the straight up, hey, I like you. Hey, I like you. It's always, I don't like you, but I secretly do. It just gets tired after a while. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That sounds complicated.
It is. It is, DJ. But it's nice to see they're doing of Urusei Yatsura. Let's get some modern art techniques and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with the hand-drawn stuff. I really do enjoy my older anime from the 70s and 80s and all that. Hand-drawn. There's some really excellent stuff out there. I enjoy.
I'm glad you're bringing it up because there's some people like they get, and I don't want to like diminish anybody's experience or point of view on things, but there's some people, they really get like uptight about anything that's not hand drawn. It's sort of like about any running joke, like when you have old people in customer service and they want like the world, but they also want cheap prices, and it's like, look, boomer, what's it gonna be? Good prices or world-class service? But jokes aside, that's not just boomers, but I'm just picking on boomers because everyone loves picking on that generation. But
they do. With
the animation, it's like, once again, like, do you want like 50 episodes, or you want like 5 hand-drawn episodes, or any number of things? And I think that like there's situations where like I think there was some bumps in the road. Like, for example, when I first watched Gundam Seed when it came out, it was very like it was a weird mixed up. It was a bit jarring to see the Archangel, the CGI animated ship, right after watching some hand-drawn, or what looks like hand-drawn animation, cell animation, and then you're cutting to a scene of the CGI spaceship, and it looks way smoother. It looks like it's flying more smoothly. It looks like the frame rate is higher, and it's just like, it's like I think there's been efforts made. So newer anime that uses computer assisted animation or computer generated imagery, whatever the hell they call it, will use cell shading. And some people hate cell shading too for on its own level, but I kind of appreciate that, like, you're trying to make it match the aesthetic of anime, and I think that, maybe I'm more tolerant of it, but I'm okay with Knights of Sidonia. Now, one other thing I would add is in Macross 7, that's all mostly animation, but in the opening, I think that's either 3D cell animation with like multiple layers of animation cells, or they might use CGI when they're zooming out on the ship. And then there's a brief part in the opening of Macross 7 where you see Neki Basra's Red Valkyrie, whatever the heck it's called. And that one is definitely CGI. It's like just a very quick, short clip, and it's not jarring because they're using it artistically in this case. But there was points in times where it just was a weird juxtaposition.
Yeah, and I'm sure they use it sparingly. Especially in the early 90s. The Macross 7 came out in 1994. I'm sure the computers weren't as powerful as they are, and they had to use it sparingly, which is okay. I don't mind that. I just want to say hello to Canadian Family Fun Channel. Welcome. just doing a little bit of chatting, just about everything here. Right now, we're focusing on just some of the hand-drawn and CGI'd animes that we've seen. A lot of these, from 1970, they're all hand-drawn. But don't forget, there's a difference too. You have TV broadcast quality animation, which they'll reuse a lot of scenes over again for saving time and money. And then you have OVAs, which have a set number of episodes, so you can put more time into them and more money. And then, you have movies, which is the ultimate. You've got lots of money to use for lots of excellent animation. So it depends all on what you watch on as well. There's movies from back in the day can be just as good looking as the ones they have now, but it's just the amount of money that was put into it and amount of effort as opposed to television grade animation.
That's true. Yeah, definitely OVAs, I think, tend to hold up pretty well because of that extra production value.
Yeah. And Jiminy says, back in my day, you can see the pores on the paper those artists drew on. Oh, and Mac and Crafting, hello. You like Cowboy Bebop? Are you a boomer? Or I don't think so.
I think that makes you a Gen Xer.
Probably. And Happy New Year to you too. Yes. It makes you a Gen Xer, I think. Like me, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm not a boomer. You might conflate that with me being a boomer, but I am not. And Cowboy Bebop, we watched that and it was excellent. The animated version of Cowboy Bebop from the 90s, awesome. Live action one done today, garbage. Don't even waste your time. Let's see what else we got here. I mean, if you just briefly go through the 1970s, there was so much good stuff. In 1972, Devilman was out. So was Gatchaman.
Interesting.
Yeah. All hand drawn. And then it was in the 90s they started to use CGI more.
Mm-hmm. And I remember some people. Here's a question for you.
Okay.
So I got Galaxy Express 3.9, and Gemini was saying about, you can see back in his day, you can see the pores on the paper, and watching Galaxy Express, you can see sort of like image artifacts. You can see fading on the edge of the cell, and you can definitely see film grains. So when running it to a video encoder, the grain can increase the file size. So a friend of mine goes, oh, well, maybe, getting rid of the grain definitely will make the file size smaller. But his argument was, point was that, do you think the director intended for it to have grain, or do you think the director, do you think it is, I don't want to eliminate the grain, but any thoughts on grain or no grain?
Oh, it's probably not something that they wanted, as far as, being a director or whoever that was in charge. It's just the process at the time, the amount of whether they had to zoom in or whatnot to get that what they needed for their shot, and it's all you're using mechanical pencils and paints and all that for some things. Maybe they couldn't help at all, but graininess, you'd have to chalk it up to the time that it was made.
I think I would keep it just for the authenticity. Sort of like when people talk about the despecialized edition of Star Wars, they say that the original version of the movie, this is what won those Academy Film Awards. So when you modify that movie, you're no longer seeing the historical piece that received those awards. It might be similar, but you're not truly seeing it in the form that it was awarded. But so okay, so it's like tomato. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, and have you seen
that's funny.
Have you seen Star Wars 4K 77 yet? That's supposed to be even better quality.
I try to avoid 4K resolution stuff like the plague just because of the storage space. But jokes aside, No, I haven't. I mean, how radically different is it from the despecialized cut? Is it just like a better quality version of that?
I think from what I've seen, and I don't know if we'd be able to see it on stream here, like you'd have to pull it up yourself
Yeah.
to have a look at it. But a lot clearer, a lot everything definitely more defined. You can see a lot more detail in the backgrounds even. So
I would keep both. So like it's sort of like when in my media library, if I put a hyphen at the end of the file name and I go to selection in the library, it shows like a pull down menu. So when I'm watching Star Trek the original series, I could pick remastered or not.
oh, nice.
And same thing like with Star Wars hypothetically. So maybe that's how I would handle this. But I would love to get like a real world comparison on my own just to kind of like see if they're using a lot of AI upscaling or sharpening, if there's any evidence that like maybe things are being smoothed over in a way that's not natural, you know, and that's how I would decide whether I liked it or not. But in general, I mean, it's probably, you know, in principle, it's probably better to have the 4K version, assuming they didn't do anything egregious to upscale it.
Yeah, I think I read up about it on the website for the guys that did this, and they said they found old prints of the movie,
Oh,
and they run it through
okay.
their 4K machine,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how they got that's
So
how they
that is
got
better.
the quality. Yeah, so when you
Yeah,
can
because
get
I'm
the
thinking
original film negatives,
is with the despecialized edition, they did clever work, but they were literally sourcing content from Laserdisc and, you know, whatever source they could get it from. I don't know if they sourced anything from VHS, but if they couldn't get it on a Laserdisc, they might source it from VHS. Probably not, but you know, I mean, Laserdisc is pretty good, but it's not as good as a print, you know.
that's right. Having the original print is what they were striving for, and I think they said there's only a couple of minutes that they couldn't get, so they had to get it from a different source. But
Mm-hmm.
just for them to be able to do that, that's pretty fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Mac and crafting shows like Bebop and Outlaw Star were shows that defined that era of in anime for you. Yeah, right on, man.
Mm-hmm.
That
Agreed.
is great. There's all sorts of shows. You'll always remember that one show that got you into it. There's the one show. Like you'll be channel surfing or whatever, and you'll be like, you'll stop at it and you'll be like, what is this? And then that's it. You're hooked. You know, they've captured another anime fan, right? Which is great. So for me, that was Space Battleship Yamato back in 1978.
Ooh, it's good choice. Matsumoto made a lot of anime fans. I mean, my family, we used to watch Galaxy Express on the couch together, like when I was 5 years old. And I don't know, like my parents weren't into anime. Just this was available on one of the stations, and for some reason they took to it and enjoyed watching it. You know,
Yeah.
but that was like I wasn't really mentally cognizant back then, so I don't know if I have to give credit to you know, Gundam or Sailor Moon, but I think it was really when I got into UC Timeline Gundam that I was truly interested in anime. But I was keeping track of, you know, Ranma Half and all of that, you know, fun stuff before that.
Yeah, and as you can see, like we mentioned, Lee J. Matsumoto, you know, and here's all the stuff he's gone through, and Space Pirate Captain Hawk, Queen Emeralda's, the new Battleship Yamato 2199. That's a remake of the original. I highly suggest people watch that if they haven't seen the, or if they even have seen the original. Watch the new one. It brings in a few more characters, fleshes out the story a lot better, and the animation is top notch. Like it's really good.
I saw a part of that. It was pretty good.
Yeah, Galaxy Railways.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, I don't know if everyone liked it. I think it was canceled after the season, but I personally, I enjoyed Galaxy Railways. I watched it about a year ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was interesting. It was something else. It's a little weird to me, like how much, like this is like the enforcement basically. It's like the train cops, and if a train is being held hostage, these are the guys or the soldiers or the, you know, people who go to rescue that train, and they got like platoons operating out of their own trains, and so they got like this platoon of all women who are kick ass. Then they got the platoon of like the rough and gruff guys, and then you got the platoon with your main character on it. And it's like each one has their own signature train, but it's like at some point, like, why aren't we just using spaceships? But but like I just suspend my disbelief and I just get on with the show.
Yeah. Oh, gee, yeah. Your hooked moment was watching Toonami and seeing Naruto use a kunai on himself and bleeding. Your child mind was blown with blood in a cartoon. Yeah, there you go. I mean, when I watched that, I wasn't a kid, obviously, but I was like, "Oh, he's serious now. He's stabbing himself." Clearly, it wasn't enough since you barely watch any of these Chinese cartoons. Oh yeah, sure. That's why you know so much, right? But yes, Leiji Matsumoto. Like I watched this year for World War II theme. I watched The Cockpit. That was an excellent show, and it was by Leiji Matsumoto. Like he did a lot of World War II stuff. I think because his dad really impressed upon him what it was like during the war. I think that had a major effect on him. That he has to bring it up in a lot of his works. But yeah, good for him. Like he created such a lot of excellent shows. And
I think they got another Yamato now. They got 2299 or 2122 or I'm making up numbers here, but
2203 and 2205. Yeah.
Yeah, that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know how those are, but at some point after I review 2199 and make sure I'm up to speed, I might have finished it and forgotten. I don't think I did. Then I'll give, then I can move forward. But I don't think I should skip chronology on that one.
No, don't. It's and I think 2199 is only 26 episodes, so it shouldn't be too bad to get through. Really, you'll be able to get through that fairly quickly, I think. So that's good. Yeah, and I don't think, if anyone wonders where I'm at a place called AniList.co. You want to keep track of your anime and manga, go to this place. It is awesome. Make up just sign up for it, and start tracking your anime. It tracks mine. It tracks everybody that's on here, as you can see. The amount of, maybe you can't see very well. Zoom in here a bit. The amount of anime watched, how many what that translates to in days, what kind of score you gave it, how many manga, how many chapters. My chapters are so high and my manga count is so low because I read One Piece. So One Piece, it's 1,000 chapters. That's why I have so many. But yes, it's a good site. There's a lot of people on here. And like I say, use it to track your shows, what you want to watch, what you have watched, what you've dropped. I've dropped a few. Some I didn't even attempt. I just dropped them because didn't seem to catch me. But yeah, where was that? Yeah,
now, does AniList let you keep track of stuff that you've watched multiple times?
Yes, there is a section you can go rewatch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's in the. Where is it now? I'll show you here. There's a thing you bring up when you pick a show. I just want to pick one that I've rewatched, and I can. So you go here, and you open your list editor, and it's total rewatches. You can just
all right.
You can add it there, and there you go.
Yeah, it's actually a legitimate feature for me. I mean, like, there's times I like something so much, I watch it more times than I need to watch, and maybe it would be nice to know before watching something the 6th time whether I've already watched it 5 times.
Yeah, yeah. Perfect.
Might give myself a hint to pick something new.
Yeah. And it looks like you can even see on here people that you're following, because you can follow other people on here, and I do. Brandon, the anime guy, is planning on watching it. Vinzinger has completed it. He gave it a 10 out of 10. That was the Quest for Iskandar. I thought I gave it a higher score than 6 out of 10.
I saw that. Did I see a picture of a RX-78 Gundam there? Is that on a list of things you need to watch or that you did watch? If you scroll down, it was
Down
like
here?
bottom, yeah, second picture. Yeah, that second
These are-
picture right there.
These are
Oh,
recommendations. Yeah.
Those are solid. That's a solid recommendation. I endorsed that recommendation.
Well, yeah. I mean, Macross,
Just for the record.
Gundam, Captain Harlock, Space Runaway, Idion. I've never seen that one.
Oh my God, I can't even find that. Like, I find 6 episodes of Space Runaway Idion on YouTube, and that's it. You know, no, I downloaded 6 episodes somewhere too, but like apparently it's the same 6 episodes. So I don't know. One day I'll have to maybe shop for that one if I can't get it.
Yeah. Legend of Galactic Heroes. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Gunbuster.
Oh, it's
I highly
amazing.
recommend people watching Gunbuster if they can. This is Gainax. Studio Gainax does excellent animation work.
Yeah,
Excellent work. Top tier.
that's true. The name speaks for itself.
Yes. Oh, what arc am I on in One Piece, G? I am caught right up to the most current. So I'm on Egghead Island. And I'll tell you right now, the lore dumps that we're getting are amazing. And it's awesome. I'm just checking out the battles that are going on, and it's like, wow, we are in trouble for some real action. It's pretty awesome. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody that's a One Piece fan, but you are in for some real big time action later on.
I'm intimidated by One Piece. It's so much. I need like a list I need like the shortcut list. Like skip these filler episodes and go here, here, and here.
Okay, I hear a lot of that, and my answer to that is you can watch they have like specials, One Piece specials, and they like summarize every arc. So you can get a blue arc summary and you watch that, and that sort of summarizes that one arc, and then you can get the next one after that. So that is the way to do it. If you don't want to watch all 1,000 and over episodes,
Yep.
do the arc the arc summaries, and you'll be right away. You'll be caught. You'll be like, okay, I got the gist of this. I know what's going on.
So that is the answer to my problem. Okay, because like, you know, I mean, look, maybe I watch like the first like 5 episodes and I go, oh, this is kind of slow, and I decide I don't want to go through it. So at that point I would watch the watch the arc wrap up, and take it from there. So that takes away some of my intimidation or
Yes.
concern there. That's cool.
So here it is right here. One Piece episode of East Blue. This, you want to get started? Here's the one. It even says here, the special will be completely new work featuring reanimated scenes beginning of the series through when the crew enters the Grand Line. And there you go. That'll give you a rundown of what it is from the beginning without having to go through, hundreds and hundreds of episodes.
Duly noted.
There you go. Glad to help out. And this is such a good show because it's written so well. The mangaka Ichiro Oda, he does very well. He knows exactly how to write a story that gets you hooked into it. Yes, I've been enjoying it for a lot of years. And I'm hoping that they can wrap it up soon, because I want to at least be alive to experience the end of One Piece. I don't want it to go for another 25 years. I might not make it. So yeah, all sorts of fun stuff that we've watched during over the past years. But I'm hoping that 2024 is a good year for everybody. I mean, hopefully it starts off well and we can, you know, be fruitful, successful, you know, have fun like we always do.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Oh, did I lose my sound? Okay, there we go.
No, I can
Maybe,
still hear you.
like it's like I've heard mixed optimism for 2024, and perhaps entertainment, animation, at least anime, because at least anime they generally don't screw that up, and part of that is because the same forces we have stateside and in North America on the whole don't get their grubby hands on it as much, so that's kind of good. But we got an election year, and you know what? If any turmoil occurs, it would have to happen the year after the election year. So you know what? I shouldn't be worried.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're gonna have that.
We'll,
in
we'll
your
save it.
country.
We'll save it 2024. At worst, it'll be the calm before the storm. So everyone enjoy it.
Yeah, do enjoy
Hopefully,
it.
it's the ground floor to obviously like somebody's like you get the prepper community and they're always hoping that like things will get bad. Like they don't say they hope things will get bad, but like it's like kind of like they go through all the trouble of prepping, so it's like they kind of need to like latch on to every incident that might become something big and like jump all over it. But no, I hope that everyone is just prosperous and able to chill out and stuff and not fight and not have to fight wars. But we'll see.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I always hope for that too. Don't believe all the stuff that they're throwing at you on the old boob tube there, and always question everything. Make sure who ask yourself the big one, like who benefits from this, and I'm sure you'll find out who will, and maybe you can just ignore them or do something else. Don't get too invested in it. Concentrate on your family. Concentrate on your family. Take care of yourself and your family. Make sure they're the number one priority for you.
I do maintain a more positive outlook. I don't get a negative outlook from watching TV because I don't watch, but I got to say, like, I feel blessed not being plugged into the TV, especially just the news in general. It doesn't matter what part of the aisle, just the news. It's like I think we got family members in the older age group that will watch, whatever news channels they watch, and I don't know. It's like easy to be swayed by that. It's so easy for one's mood to be affected by it, and it's like I guess there's a healthy balance, but between burying your head in the sand. But I gotta say, I think it served me well to like tune out of a lot of that stuff.
Better for the mental health for sure. And yeah, like what is it? Who said that here? Jim and Ari said, like Razor Fist said, take the black pill and shove it up your ass.
Nice.
And Alex Moore says his parents watch news crap all day, and I don't get that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in Canada, and when I go to like say in a hotel or whatever, even in Canada, they have the television tuned into CNN, and I'm like, why do you have it tuned into CNN? First of all, that's an American news company, and why are you playing it in Canada? Like, don't just stop doing that. It just drives me up the wall.
Yeah, like just play the CBC or whatever, right? Give me like I don't know if the CBC is like plain news. I'd like to think at one time they were probably better at being, plain. It's sort of like just dry news. Like I remember my PBS station used to have a really dry news program, but it was sort of like it seemed pretty unbiased. It seemed like it was genuinely trying to convey facts about swaying. I mean, they're not really like that now, but I could appreciate that. CNN, I wouldn't even. It's hard to. I mean, it's like, it's funny. Like people on both sides of the political aisle will say the same things. Like they'll say, "Oh, Fox News isn't really news; it's entertainment." And I'd say that there's some truth to many of the programs on, aside from like the actual like 5 o'clock news hour. That is a fairly accurate statement. Like they'll try to make it like the whole channel is nothing but entertainment. Like they'll say, "Oh, it's in the name," and it's sort of like reading documents and trying to dredge up something to make a sensational short. But there is something to be said of both those news organizations just like they maybe don't have the same obligations for journalistic integrity because they're not necessarily, purely into that business, and it's not like, yeah, they're not under that obligation. They are both cable news. So when people say who watch CNN say something about the other news channel, a lot of times that apply, whether they know it or not, it applies to their own beloved news channel as well.
Yes. Yeah. Don't cast stones. you're gonna break it. If you live in a glass house.
And I think Gemini might have some sage wisdom here. That's also not, although not throwing stones in glass houses is also a sage wisdom. Because, I mean, that's just not good to throw stones in a glass house. But also the metaphor is apt.
Yeah.
But Gemini says, I remember watching a video by a guy called Moon about CNN. It's a shame what happened to that network.
Yeah, it went from 24-hour news to being like a wing of the government, and it's pretty crazy. And yeah, I share the same disdain for Fox as well. Fox News, CNN, whatever. I'm not watching you. I'm not watching you guys. So it doesn't matter. And you talk about the CBC. That station is paid for by the government. They get a budget from the government, so they are going to be government friendly, and they're always going to present the government in a positive light. Which
well, but the government always cares about you. They're always looking out for your best interest, right?
Oh, I know. They want to make sure that you're healthy and happy and very prosperous. Sure, they do. Yeah. But
I remember in Britain, somebody called BBC a government news agency, and then they went on the fact-checking sites to be like, no, we're not government owned, we're just government sponsored, or use some legal terminology to split hairs.
Yeah. Do you get money from them? Yes. Oh, okay. That's the way I look at it. As soon as the Canadian government wouldn't support the CBC, they'd have to go and get their own money for sponsorship and all that. They would go under right away. They'd be gone. So I don't pay attention to them either.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
There was a documentary I saw many years ago. I think it's still on YouTube. It's called Spin. And what it was in the early 90s, this guy had some satellite TV equipment, but it was the type that you could, I guess, manually tune it. And so there's two types of satellite signals back then. You had the ones that go to your, regular consumer dish for viewing on a set-top box. But there was also sort of like the backhaul, I guess you would call it, where if let's say NBC News in New York wants to interview somebody in another city, they would go to a studio that has a satellite transmitter. It would transmit to the satellite, and then they would pick up the satellite signal in New York. And this would be like almost like what we're doing right now. It'd be like a private, satellite channel. And although these are private, and they would, essentially the idea would be that it's just remote studio, and then you'd record at the tape in New York. The tape machine in New York would record it, and then they could edit the interview before airing it. People with the right equipment could tune into this back channel signal, or whatever you want to call it, and record the unadulterated footage. And so a lot of times they're just doing a lighting test. They're adjusting the camera, and they're not actually broadcasting to the public. They're just sending it to the, the corresponding studio, and while adjusting the lighting, while testing the makeup. There's things you got to do. You got to test the signal out like this, actual stuff they're doing. Sometimes you'll get like Dan Rather saying some shit, he'll be like, what country is it? Haiti? Or he'll be like, oh, they all look the same in those countries anyway. He literally says that. I'm not saying I have any axe to grind at Dan Rather, but there's other, people in the mainstream media who probably, towed a woke line, who may have been on, saying off the cuff remarks of a similar caliber, and some of the coverage was some of the documentary was slanted, but other parts I thought was kind of revealing. And this is interesting because by the time nowadays, even in the late 90s, they were encrypting those satellite channels. Once they realized once the technology was able to catch up, and they were able to get new satellites up. I mean, they couldn't get new satellites up quick enough. If I had to guess, because you don't dump a satellite, it's if the satellite works, it does the job you need it to do. You don't ditch the satellite, but I'm sure they were relieved, they had a collective sigh of relief once they had satellites up that could not be, eavesdropped upon. But like like that one little documentary. There was a lot of decent, off the cuff remarks from news people that I don't know, just kind of cool.
I'm not quite sure what this means here. G, I don't know what the government loves you so much they gave you MAID. You're welcome. What does MAID stand for? Something that I'm not aware of? Is this an American thing? I don't know what MAID is.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to see. I don't even think I see that in my chat right now. I just have the part about the guy named Moon. Maybe I got to refresh my screen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna refresh
Okay.
it. But
There you go.
let's see if I got it now. How do you
Yeah.
spell MAID?
MAID.
Okay, no, I just that's weird.
He might.
Doesn't come up my end.
he
Oh
might
wait, maybe I
clarify.
gotta click live chat. Okay, wait, that happens
Yes,
sometimes. Oh, there we
live
go.
chat.
Yeah, that's so
Live chat.
frustrating. You or someone watching my show the other day cued me into that when I was doing the what do you call it, the stream elements bot thing, and I'm like, oh, this shit's not coming up, and then I had to turn on live chat or switch toggle it. But yeah, MAID is Canadian. Oh, okay, that yes, okay, I know what that is. Medically assisted
Oh,
something
gee.
in deaf. Medically assisted something in deaf, some shit like that. You know what it is.
Thanks,
Yeah.
G. I didn't clue in either, but yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. All life is precious. Pause.
Yep,
What
medical
the heck?
assistance in doing the thing. Yeah, that's it. Medical assistance in doing the thing.
This is a slideshow there, Jambazi. This is a slideshow, so I'm just throwing up a slideshow while me and DJ Ronnie G talk. So it's One Piece. Enjoy.
Oh, that's One Piece. I might have to get into One Piece. Like, I would think they'd be wearing. These are actually two-piece bikinis. Nobody's wearing a
Yeah.
one-piece bikini in any of this. I'm really upset right now.
Like the meme says, sometimes all you need is just one piece.
Well, then they should get rid of One Piece or something.
Yeah. Okay.
This reminds me of the Snow Dub video when he's in the car with the lady with the big chest, and he's like talking about like why
talking
Star
about
Wars.
Star Wars.
Yeah. And like
Yeah.
it's the breast. I mean, best, not breast, best. Yeah. And he just keeps like slipping. That was pretty good.
Yeah, no, that was good. He does some good stuff. I like tuning into the Snow Dub show. It can get pretty chaotic there when you got like 9 or 10 people trying to talk all at once. It's almost sometimes I got to take a break because it's like there's way too many people talking.
Really, you think? I mean, I got to say, it's easier to watch it than to be on it because sometimes, like even like one-on-one, if you're having signal issues like I was having earlier, I felt like I was talking over Blaine by accident, or at one point I couldn't even hear Blaine talking, and I think he was answering my question about his Evangelion manifesto thing, and like I literally like only heard him when I hit the mute button. Suddenly the sound started coming in, so I'm hearing this dude like at the tail end of a sentence. I'm like, okay, I might have missed that, but I didn't even know he's talking. So my point is that when you have like a dozen people in there, like it works out surprisingly well for the people involved. Maybe that's because they're mostly not on cell phones. Like I'm at work right now, so I'm on my phone, which I usually like. I love joining members' streams when I get to do it from my desktop because I can do it from my awesome setup.
Yes.
But the phone, I'm just making do. I figured it's good company. What the hell, But it does get chaotic. But that's sort of like the charm. I think sometimes like the madness. Like I don't know. Like one of my favorites up there. Like aside from Punk Waddle, of course. Like G Iggity. I don't know. Something about the way she does that like voice, and it's like that puppet is so absurd. Like it's got 2 rows of teeth.
Oh
like,
man.
It's and she talks like this. She talks like this, and she got that funny claw. And it's just like I don't know. I just love the high absurdity. But like Isaiah, I'm not in the panel, so I can tune out. I can turn my head away. I can, like flip a channel and then come back to it. Like decompress, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. You got a lot of characters on there, like Jacques McHugh. That guy's hilarious. Yeah, Punk Waddle's one of my faves to listen to, but he gets walked over a lot. That's for sure. Like people talk over him. Yeah, they.
Like on one angle, I want to say, okay, it's part of the shtick, right? But it is like something. It is a valid concern to have, and so I think like a week ago, he was having like last week there was some audio issues, and so at that point it was really playing into that trope, and that was like almost okay because if he's having technical issues, you got to make lemonade out of it, I guess, and so that's one way to do that. But I would say like actually I noticed an interesting phenomenon like a week ago. I wouldn't call it a phenomenon, but like two. I keep changing the time, but let's say about 2 weeks ago, I joined Punk Waddle and Snacks and Friends for their Nip and Nag stream where, basically they're building mechas. So I was like, oh great, I could work on my gun tank, and right after I joined, like Snacks like, oh my god, DJ, you're so loud, and sometimes like this is funny when I joined streams. So the very first time I joined a stream, I remember asking how's my audio, and I was like, not just because the first time I streamed I was shy, but in general when I joined a stream, I sometimes used to ask that question because I was concerned that I was too loud. Because when testing the microphone, I want to make sure I can be heard clearly. I want to practice enunciating so I don't talk in a blur. And what up, Christian Fandom Geek?
Christian Fandom Geek, hey, Happy New Year's greetings to you too, and to anybody else that is lurking, watching, enjoying the chat here between myself and DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Christian Fandom Geek. Also, I want to say the same to Ilya Zabazi, and of course Alex Moore. Such large breast. Oh, there's more breast on screen.
Yes. And don't forget, DJ, it's also up to the host of the show. He can control the level of your microphone as well. He can control how much you're coming through. So, if you're too loud, he can turn you down. If you're too quiet, he can turn you up a bit. So
that's semi-true. I don't actually. They gave me a thought. I need to. You're right. You're basically right. But what I mean, but I'm not trying to say you're wrong. It's just what I'm saying is, you're basically right. But what I find, and I think it is technically right too. But let me give you the qualifiers. So on my end, I'm patching my audio through OBS. So when I'm recording, I'm using audio filters. And when I join a stream like on Restream or StreamYard, I have it set up with the virtual audio cable so that when I pick my microphone on StreamYard or Restream, I click on a virtual microphone device that is basically getting the sound from my microphone, but it's going from my microphone into OBS. It's getting filtered by whatever filters I apply from inside of OBS before it goes to StreamYard. So as a result, one of the filters is, both of the filters deal with volume leveling, basically. Like two of my main, I actually have three, do I have three filters? Or the two main ones deal with either suppressing really low background noises, like if you have a fan running or the window is open or your desktop computer is making some humming noises. And then the other filter is that, and they're both called the compressor and expander filters. And I always mix up which one does which, but the other filter out of the two deals with loud noises. So if I scream into the microphone, this will automatically prevent it from redlining, or it'll stop it from redlining before it blows out. And so why I'm mentioning this is because once I get the settings dialed in, you're basically setting a threshold. You're setting maybe a gain adjustment, but you're definitely setting the threshold. You're setting a millisecond time period when the filter should kick in and when the filter should give up. So the minute I stop talking, the filter stops applying itself after so many milliseconds, like 20 milliseconds or something. And so what I'm getting at is if I adjust, once I dial in the filters, if I mess with the volume knob on my microphone, or if I mess with the volume slider in OBS, in the main OBS window, it doesn't behave in the way that it would normally behave, because the filter is expecting it to be like a certain dB level. And when you adjust it, it changes how to filter. But now I'm thinking this through and I'm saying, well, if you adjust it on the StreamYard, and I guess it wouldn't matter because, no, I'm sorry, it would work, because if I adjust the volume inside OBS, it would cause havoc. But if I adjust the volume inside of StreamYard, or if you adjust the volume inside StreamYard, it would be only touching that. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm making this complex, but yes, that would work.
Technically, the best kind of right.
I don't know, like I sometimes like on Mondays, I'll bring up the term streaming science, and I don't know, like I like exploring or analyzing the science, or the way we utilize the technology, the way we configure it. And so, like, sometimes I'll ask people, like, oh, how do you do this? And just because even though I already do something similar, I want to know, how is this other person doing it? Like, this guy doesn't have like a beast of a computer on his desk. He's using a fucking Chromebook, and part of my French. And it's like, sometimes it's like, wow, you're doing a lot with a little, and apparently, you can do these things. It's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I just I have a laptop. It's a gaming laptop, but I use it for all my stuff here.
Yep, that's a
broadcasting,
beautiful
gaming.
laptop. That is like a proper, in my opinion, that is, whether or not it's bulky, it is a proper desktop replacement, because I mean it's a pretty heavy hitting. I mean, look, I'm the biggest MSI fanboy here, so yeah, no, it's pretty good hardware.
Thanks. Yeah, it's all right. It's a couple years old, but it does a good job, and I really enjoy that it can do what I need it to do.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice Yamato image slideshow right there.
Yeah, for those I don't have a lot of them, but for those of us that have watched Space Battleship Yamato, or as known as Star Blazers as well, but yeah, there's some I like battleships are one of my favorite pieces of machinery.
Mm-hmm. I did watch a YouTube channel. It was the Battleship New Jersey YouTube channel.
Yep.
And it's literally, my God, I just ate some spicy hot food, and wow. Anyway, so as I was saying, yeah, this guy does pretty good. He basically is a museum curator. So it's a ship it's an Iowa class battleship that served in World War II. And it's like fully assembled. Also served in Vietnam. So I think it served in Korea, Korea and Vietnam before getting decommissioned. And it's just cool. The guys are going through. He's showing the restoration work they do, how they do maintenance, the various rules you have for museum ships. Like if they want to cut open a bulkhead to make it easier to conduct a tour, they got to get permission from the Navy, and then they still have to keep that bulkhead, the sliced out section of paneling on in the same area, so that if they ever take the ship back into war, they can weld that compartment back together, which, I mean, it's highly improbable if they would do that. But it was a really good, YouTube channel, just seeing this museum curator. Right now, they've been raising money to dry dock the ship. He's got to dry dock the ship like every so many years. In this case,
Right.
It's been dry docked like 25, 30 years ago. So they need to dry dock it in order to, clean the propeller. Possibly they got to consider whether they want to keep the propeller attached or remove it and put it on display.
Oh,
They got
okay.
different options. So
Yeah.
the guy's kind of going through the process of the planning. He's talking about how they got to cut the mast off the top of the ship in order to bring it under this bridge when they use the tugboat, because the ship is now much lighter than it was during the war, because it's not carrying provisions and ammunition. So it has a shorter draft, or it floats above the water higher. So it's pretty cool stuff there. But space battleships, we need more of those.
We need more space battleships. Yeah. Yes, Punk Waddle, we're still going. I mean, we're having a good old time. Seems like you guys are too. And
Yep,
Alex Moore,
Mhm.
you enjoyed the first season. You had crew deaths and bad stuff. Very good. Okay. Gundam quality. Maybe they will be dead next episode. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, good. You can read that, because I have the heart blocking the text in that freaking, that stupid heart
Oh, the
emoji
heart.
blocks the text at the bottom. I always have to scroll when I'm doing a stream. I have to scroll halfway up just to read the crap.
Yeah, if anybody knows how to get rid of that heart, let me know so I can get rid of it. I don't want that around anymore. It's annoying.
There is one
doesn't-
way, but it's a crazy way. So if you
okay.
you could do it on a one-time basis, where you press F12 in your web browser, and I think you would basically have to right click on the heart and click inspect element, and then let's see if I can delete it. I'm gonna try it right now. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Does that work? Okay, I deleted the wrong part, but you could literally edit the HTML code in the middle of viewing the page, and then if it works, great. If it doesn't, you refresh the page, but obviously it's a little tedious, because you got to do that every friggin' time you're watching. So I mean, that's crazy talk.
Yeah.
I did this once with Amazon, because I wanted to make I wanted to copy like Babylon 5 episodes from Amazon using my Elgato. So I got, I was able to output the video to a special splitter, but it would show the freaking rating, and it was like TV rating M, let's say. It's like, I don't want this on my screen. Like, it's covering up my recording. Like, it stays there for 5 seconds at the beginning of the episode. I want to see the space station. I don't give a shit about the rating. Put the rating in the freaking, corner of the letterbox. But
Yeah.
I had to actually go and do F12, basically where you edit the code for the web page, and find the part that makes that rating popped up, because it turned out it was part of the web browser, basically. And I was able to eliminate it. So, of course, that's
Nice.
not, now I think there's also some plugins for the browsers like Chrome and Firefox where it'll do it on a more permanent basis, but it will only work until they change the layout of the page. So yeah,
Okay.
it's tedious. So hopefully there's a better way to remove the heart. So yeah, we're putting an APB out. Anybody in the chat who knows how to get rid of that heart button in the chat window on desktop mode, please advise. And Punk Waddle says, I really don't like the heart placement. Damn, I choked myself. It's not cool for mods. It's like YouTube doesn't want mods to mod quickly. Well, you know what they say, mod softly but carry a big stick. I think they
Very
say that.
true.
No, maybe
Very true.
they say waddle softly. I think that's something that Punk Waddle says, actually. I didn't say that. Punk Waddle says that, yeah.
Punk softly, or
He says waddle
and carry a big
softly,
punk?
and yep, something like that. Yeah, it might be a stick. It might be a punk. I think a punk would make more sense because punking people. I mean,
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah.
get much harder than that.
Thanks for the hearts, G. I think this is YouTube trying to be like Twitch.
Yeah, sounds
It
about
seems like
right.
to me. But
I mean, they're
yeah.
trying. It's like an identity crisis. Okay, like what made YouTube so cool years ago was the concept of broadcast yourself. And some people once want to make videos where they say, "Oh, I missed the feature where you can reply to a video," but really, that's not gone. You just do it yourself. You type, "This is a reply to this guy." You don't really need to have a button for that. But like we talked about before, the existence of shorts, and it's like, what are they trying to do? Be like Vine, a failed platform. And that was a pretty interesting conversation you guys were having earlier. Or Gemini in here brings up, he thinks it's more like Instagram Live, which I have not used, but I was thinking about using plenty of fish live streams to like promote my YouTube channel. And I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like I'm just gonna get a lot of like bad girls on my doorstep.
Punk Waddle waddles tall and carries a big stick. There you go.
Ah, that's what it is. So I knew he had his own version of that.
It's the same issue of having regional stores. Now all the mini malls have the same restaurants and the same shops every 10 or less miles in the metro areas, microcosms. Yeah, I could see that. It's like you go by a strip mall. Hey, look, it's this store, and this store. And then you drive down the road a little further and another strip mall. And you're like, hey, look, it's that store, and that store again.
Every
It's,
10 miles, every 10 miles?
ridiculous.
No, every like 10 feet, dude. Like I'm in Brooklyn right now, and I walked past 2 freaking Starbucks getting off the bus. Although there's a lot of, in this part of Brooklyn, there are a lot of these, like small coffee shops, with these like, unknown names. But you get to Manhattan, and then you're definitely walking past like a couple of McDonald's every 10 blocks, which, okay, 10 blocks is like 10 miles somewhere else. So yeah, I'd say it holds true.
Yeah, it sounds like it. That's for sure. Poser softly and carry a big punk. Yeah. Yeah, and I would suppose in places like where you live, because of the density of everything, you're going to have more of it. Out on the prairies, we don't. Things are a little further apart, not as dense, but it's those places like New York, Los Angeles that are going to
Yeah.
have those like that.
What does that sound like? Do you hear
Filling
that
up a-
sound?
Filling up a glass of water.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure you guys don't think I'm taking a whiz on stream.
Yeah,
'Cause
don't.
that would be that I wouldn't do that. But I'm saying, like, wouldn't it be fun? I'm filling up the water, and a week later, people are like, "Oh, that DJ was taking a whiz on Pops' stream," And it's like, no, man, it was water, I swear. And like, yeah, that's what you say. They all say.
Yeah, don't stream on my stream, okay?
Don't cross streams.
That's that too.
The universe might end. But no, jokes aside, like I gotta say, like I do sometimes wonder like if I would have turned out to be smarter or more self-sufficient if I lived in a place like you or Punk Waddle. You know, I'm like, I don't know if Punk Waddle lives in a sparsely populated area per se, but it seems like you guys do live like he lives in the best part of the country, or at least I don't know, one of the better parts of like I don't know what makes like iconically what makes America what it is. And I think like I mean he's got like in his videos at least he's got the Alamo behind him, so I mean a lot of relevant history. But and in you're like living in like some cool area in the sticks too, and I mean like that's not like I don't mean sticks derogatorily. It's just like in a place where you get to live in nature. The blessing of where I live at least is in my part of New York at least. We have some wooded areas. Like I live in the neighboring borough next to New Jersey. I live next between New Jersey and Brooklyn, and on the borough of Staten Island, we at least have some woodland, but it's still New York City. But I remember when I was dog sitting for my brother, and I had the window open, and I was like, Jesus, it's freaking noisy outside. Like, and it's kind of like basically why my parents left Manhattan and left Brooklyn to live here, because they wanted to go into the quiet place. And then when my brother got older, he's like, I'm going to move out to Brooklyn. And he seemed to like that. And a lot of younger kids will go to, I guess, the more, poppin', denser city places. Whereas I think the parents were wiser insofar as realizing that they want to have air that they can breathe and, have like a window they can open without hearing noise, So I'm pretty blessed in my area at least to have that going for it. They also closed down the garbage dump like 2 decades ago. So we used to have the biggest operational garbage dump, I think, in the world, supposedly, which I don't believe that. Definitely biggest in the US at one time. But
Yeah.
it was right across the street from my local mall. So whenever it was hot outside, it would smell bad outside. And hold on. Gemini says, don't lie, Ronnie. I've seen Naked Gun. Uh-oh. He got me.
Good old Leslie Nielsen.
But no, yeah, so it's pretty interesting. And like, I mean, the type of stuff you talk about on Tuesdays, it's like, I think that stems from the where you lived, like you kind of like think your brain is wired to think that like, I gotta be able to build and fix stuff. I can't just count on like, a job application or internet application to get me my income. It's like I gotta count on myself. And so there's something to be said for that self-sufficiency and all of that.
Yeah, and I've been for those that don't know, I have been in the trades for a lot of years. I went into trade school in 1992, and I did that for 18 months once I got out. And in 1996, I got my apprenticeship. So I have been in the trades for a long time, and I've seen a lot of things. And it's it's something that's helped me out because repairing equipment and such, that's very important in this day and age. Being able to keep the factories going. Like if I don't do my job, the company that relies on us to make our products, they will stop making their products. Like it's a big domino effect. So if we don't supply them with the chemicals they need, they can't do their refining. And they refine nickel. And what is nickel used in? Lots of stuff. Stainless steel to name one of the things. But nickel is very important. And like I say, if I fail in my job, then we are in trouble. So I have to take it upon myself to make sure that all the equipment is in top shape, things get fixed in a timely fashion, and it's done the right, correct way, and I don't die while doing it. So that's another thing to do. You can fix things, but you got to make sure you do it so that you don't die in the process.
It is ideal. I mean, if maybe we lived in a country somewhere else, they would give us the option to die while working. Because I mean, I think that having rules like, staying alive at work makes it harder to do the job. I prefer getting up on a utility pole without any safety strap. It saves me about 5 seconds of effort, And look, if I fall off the utility pole, I'm not gonna really be able to, spend any time regretting it anyway, right?
That time spent on your trip down, probably.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, it's a very interesting. Like, jokes aside, in all seriousness, like when you hear stories of people jumping off cliffs, driving off cliffs, sometimes like they'll say this is a self choice, and it is, but you'll see skid marks on the road, which means like at the last minute. At least I saw this in a movie. I shouldn't say this happens in real life, but I saw a movie where a guy decides to drive off a cliff, and the thing was, even though it was accurately reported as what it was, the fact was there were tire tracks on that road. So at some point, as the guy's making that run, making the choice to jump, or maybe he did it by accident, he realized what he's doing. He's hitting the brakes hard. So people do that sometimes. They'll go, they'll jump off a building, and they'll say like basically the idea is that if you go to jump off a building and you don't stop yourself, there's something terribly wrong. Because most people, like if you ever stood on a precarious perch and you almost lose balance, even with a safety strap, you do everything in your power to get back on firm footing, to grab that pole. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I just find that interesting.
Yep, self-preservation. And like I'm all for the wearing of the every personal protective equipment that you can. That is your last line of defense. What people don't realize is there's a pyramid of and I can't remember what they call it exactly, but at the bottom of the pyramid is PPE, because that is your last line of defense. It shouldn't be your first one. You have to try to engineer the threat or the danger out of it, out of the task, whatever the task may be. So there's a lot of things to do before you get to that PPE. You don't want to have to rely on that all the time. But it's important because I know you guys can't see, but I have all my fingers. I have my eyes are fine. The worst that I think I've ever happened to me was I caught a propane tank in the forehead. It fell from about 3 feet. I was down in a pit, and they were lowering it down, and the propane tank slipped out of the knot the guy had tied because he didn't tie it very well, and I caught it in the forehead. And I had my hard hat on, but it just caught me between the brim, and it hit in the thickest part of my skull. So I was lucky. It could have hit me in the nose and broke my nose, or it could have hit me in the teeth and broke my teeth out of my face.
Yo, that was
but it didn't.
Yeah.
So I had to take a trip to the hospital, and I got some stitches, and they checked me over for a concussion, and they were, came checking to see whether I had strength in my hands or anything still. And yeah, I was released the next day. And I was back at work on light duty for a week, and that was it. But yeah, that was probably the worst accident I've ever had.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I've never done anything cool like you do, so I can't think of any cool work accidents. But
It's not cool, man. I didn't like it.
and I mean, the work you do is cool. The accident isn't,
okay.
but your cool job results in some gnarly accidents that are not cool, like you say, for the reasons you mentioned. You could get hit in the head, you could lose your teeth, anything, But
Oh yeah.
I remember going camping. I was lifting a 60-pound log with a friend, but we were standing on the side of the Delaware water gap. So essentially north of the Delaware River, and these are super smooth round stones. And so I slip, and the corner, we're carrying a 60-pound log that's shaped like a tree stump, and the fucking corner of the bottom of this stump lands, my hand lands on a rock, and the corner of that stump lands on my thumb. And that's the first time I discovered my thumb can move sideways.
Oh.
Luckily worked out. It didn't break on the joint, so it was a pretty easy repair. But yeah, that was a learning experience. And what I learned from that was you should have firm footing before team lifting some heavy, awkwardly shaped object.
Yes. Yeah. Get more people to lift. Get everybody that can help you out, and yeah, just make sure you're not in where the pinch points are going to be if the things go sideways. Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty crazy. We're not allowed to lift anything over 50 pounds at work anyway.
That makes sense.
That's the rule. It's like, nope, you can't lift anything over this weight. Get a machine or get help.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Yep.
And I just see that Oh yeah. Also, I appreciate while I was on mute before you mentioned that nickel is used for making stainless steel, and I'm glad you mentioned this because I could never figure out like maybe I didn't use the right Google search phrases, but I've always been curious what the secret sauce in stainless steel was. I was like, is it steel but with a special coating? But apparently it's an alloy. Is that what's going on in there?
Yeah, so stainless, I believe, uses nickel and other stuff too. I think there's some chromium in there, molybdenum, maybe.
Yeah.
You have to check it. I might
It gives
just
me
be,
some leads on that at least,
yeah. But yes, nickel is important, and nickel is important for the future they want with all these batteries for your car. So, um, I mean, the nickel market should just be going crazy right now with all the batteries they want to build.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Batteries. That's funny. Battery. Like the other day, I saw this congressional testimony, and the guy was giving an honest answer. He wasn't. He must not have been a politician. He was asked by somebody, like during a prelude to a hurricane in Florida. People have to evacuate towns, right? Or they have to evacuate. They get stuck in traffic for 3 hours. What do you tell owners of electric cars? And the guy gave an honest answer. He goes, "Well, I'd probably tell them to hitch a ride with somebody who has an internal combustion engine because, you're not really supposed to spend like 5 hours in non-moving traffic in an EV. You're certainly not going to run your air conditioner and expect the battery to last."
That's so true. Yep. Yeah, good point. I mean, a lot of people don't think of that practical stuff. All the tree huggers and people that are like stopping oil. It's like, you know what?
Oh God, I hate those. That's why I
Do you
make
like?
my motto. Mhm.
Yeah, it's like, do you like to eat? Well, then you better not just stop oil because then you're not going to eat. Oh, wish
I've been
somebody would
going
explain
around.
that to those.
I don't think they care. I think they just like naive. I think they think that like if you did explain that to them, like in good faith, and assuming they gave you the time of day to explain it to them, I just think like one of two things: either the individual in that situation is that stupid and that maybe like insulated through their trust fund to not care, or they are well aware of the reality, but they don't care because their current grift or current thing to do is this, and maybe they're doing it to get ladies. They're showing, oh, I care about the environment, so it's that because maybe it's not for the money, or maybe it's for money, clout, and to get laid. But like it's like sort of like the flat earth people. You can have the people who are stupid and you have people who are deceptive. And so I mean, guess if they could be both. But a lot of times it's easy for me to like, spot the person who's just straight up stupid, who watches people talk about flat earth and takes their word for it. Then you got the deceptive people who probably know better, but they're playing stupid by arguing the flat earth case because that's how they're getting 1,000, viewers on their, content.
Oh, I see.
And so, with the climate thing, it's like, is it easy for me to try to, talk rationally and explain why I think that it might be more, it might emit more carbon? One, I don't care about carbon, but let's just say I cared about carbon. Does it really reduce the carbon output if I have to generate the electricity at a central location, transmit it over power transmission lines to charge the car? Because one thing I'll bump into in the comments when I get into these, I try to just give some friendly, have some friendly exchanges. Someone would say to me, "Oh, a gasoline engine is a heat engine, and heat engines are only 30 to 50% efficient, whereas electric is 90% efficient." So it's like, okay, yeah, going from the battery pack to the motor is 90% efficient, but of course, like there's more going on. And then they'll say, "Oh, but oil also has, losses." But it's like, well, sometimes you can, pump petroleum through gravity, or it's gravity fed. So I mean, I would like to see an honest study comparing to both. I know I'm asking for a lot because whoever's doing the study is gonna probably bias it to whoever's giving them the grant
Yes.
money.
Yes.
So it's like
100%.
that's why when people give me links, I don't trust them.
Yep. Oh, and Jiminer says the Virgin Flat Earth versus the Chad living on a cosmic turtle's back. Well, that's it. I mean,
Hmm.
also when I hear about these flat earthers, I'm like, I have more important things to worry about, like feeding my family and just trying to survive without worrying whether the world is flat or not. That's pretty one
Hmm.
of the things that I consider very low on the list of things to worry about. So I don't understand why they worry about it so much. It's a preoccupation or a distraction, maybe, but having to know my job and taking care of my family, that's high up on my list. Not wondering if the world is flat. I could care less. I really could.
Some people have more free time. Some people, like in the documentary I saw, I don't even have time for the documentary, but there was a flat Earth documentary called Level with Me, and it starts off with some like guy who has like a house in the middle of nowhere, a big ass 2 garage set up, a nice big truck, and he's got like a drone, taking a video of him standing on his front door for some reason, flying up. And I guess the idea was to show the Earth is flat, because of course, like, oh, look, when the drone flies up, everything looks flat. Therefore, trust your eyes, some dumb shit. And my point is that guy seems to be doing well enough for himself, or must have some kind of, income that doesn't require him to work that hard, where he has time to participate in these documentaries. But then there's other people on the other end of the income scale who maybe have no aspiration to make more money, or are already on the dole, and so they have time to like waste time on this question. But I can see someone who's genuinely, contributing productively to society would not have time for that crap. And sometimes I gotta tell myself to tune out. And I think the reason I don't tune out completely is I'm kind of like I feel weird when people like deny. I mean, I don't want to say deny, but like it's okay to doubt the moon landing, but some of the talking points are garbage. It's like, just give me better talking points. Like, if you tell me I can't prove that there's a lunar lander on the surface of the moon, that's true. I can't personally prove that, but we can see that it's well documented. Like, there's documentaries showing how they built the thing, and these are not propaganda videos. These are like showing the engineers at work, showing like how they measured things, and just why they made decisions. And so, why does the lunar lander look like it was put together in your garage over a weekend with like duct tape and Mylar blankets? And it's like, well, if it was a fake moon landing, maybe they would have made it look much sleeker. If anything, the fact that it looks so ugly is kind of, I think goes in favor of demonstrating that this is a real vehicle that served its stated purpose. But I digress. I mean, I told Punk Waddle, I think like a couple weeks ago, I told Pacific 414, like, stop me if I start, ranting about the moon landings and flat Earth, because I mean, I guess the only thing I would add is I do think that some people who deny the moon landings have this need or desire to deny American exceptionalism. So if they're already into some like woke narrative, sometimes you'll find that they'll just say flippantly, like, oh yeah, I don't believe the moon landing happened. Like, they're not really into it, but they don't believe that it happened. And part of it is maybe they don't feel they were represented in the Times, which in fairness, it's okay. That's a valid concern, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. But I do think that, saying the moon landing was fake, that belief can be compatible with like the view that, Western society sucks. Like, it's sort of another way of like undermining the accomplishments of Western civilization.
Yeah. No, and Jim Maneri is right. The moon landing was real. The conspiracy is why they're lying about the moon not being made out of cheese. That's got to be it.
I disagree. I think the moon is made out of what's that crap? Cheese Whiz, which is not real cheese. That is just cheese product. Okay, so this is how they got you fooled. Okay, Gemini is controlled opposition here, thinking that the moon is made out of cheese. Really? Come on, it's so cheesy, bro. Get real. It's definitely made out of cheese product.
Oh, fake cheese. Okay. There you go. So there's the question of the ages. There is the moon made out of fake cheese or not. Maybe we'll never know. My question is, though, how come they haven't been back to the moon ever since? That's what I would like to know.
That's a good question, and I think that there is an expense factor. I mean, look, like you do the moon thing, then you do the Vietnam War, and around that time, Nixon closes of the gold window. So it just wasn't like a priority in terms of financing. And at that point, do you fund landing on the moon and the space shuttle program? Well, the space shuttle program is sort of a bit of bad money, being sent. Like, originally the idea, like when Nixon got pitched the space shuttle, It was like, oh yeah, this thing will have a 1 week turnaround. You fly the shuttle, land it, it'll be back up in a week. And it's like it ended up like the quickest they ever turned around a space shuttle from landing to relaunch was like 90 days. And that was like a one-off thing when they like really got it together.
Oh, yeah.
But generally speaking, it took considerably longer. The rocket boosters that they used, it was probably like it's just about as cost effective to replace them as it was to refurbish them. The fuel tank, it would be cool if we left those in orbit and used them to make a space station instead of jettisoning them. But the other thing is that the American space shuttle, its payload capacity was hampered by its main engines because those engines only worked during takeoff when the fuel tank was attached. Once they dropped that fuel tank, you now have 3 large engines in the back of the shuttle that you're just carrying as dead weight in orbit. And I mean, granted, you're carrying them so that you can bring them back to the Earth and use them on the next mission. So you're saving money on that front. But it would have been like, the Russians, they did something interesting if they had more time and money before the Soviet Union collapsed, which of course they wouldn't because they were commies. But if maybe they weren't commies, their Buran shuttle, they used a launch system that pretty much the thing attached to the Russian shuttle was the launch vehicle. So once they dropped the fuel tank and the boosters, the only thing that the shuttle was carrying was what it needed in orbit. So it wasn't carrying any dead weight. But they had plans to like have a setup that would like essentially the idea would be that the rocket boosters would have wings that pop out the side and it would land on a runway. So they could have potentially, given enough time, had something nice and reusable. But other reasons we didn't go back to the moon, did we bump into something? Did we, like a friend of mine had an interesting speculation that maybe, during the Apollo program, something was observed, something was seen, maybe we made contact. And maybe those entities we made contact with said, go no further. That would be kind of ominous and scary and concerning.
Yeah, who knows? We don't know what happened. Gemini also says that you blew his cover, and they're going to send in the special forces. So get ready for a knock at your door. I'm going to be sitting here, and all of a sudden it's going to be FBI, open up. Or in Canada,
do they have Canadian special forces?
Yes, it's called CSIS.
CSIS.
CSIS is the equivalent of like the CIA or NSA or whatever for Canada.
I see. I'm thinking about like Navy SEALs, Special Forces, SAS. Do they have that in England or whatever? Britain, they call it as the SAS. So
in Canada, it's called JTF2 or JTF1.
Ah, there we go. Yep, got you.
Those are I know so little about them. Like that's how secretive they are about it. So it's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we've gone for almost 4.5 hours here, DJ. It'd be just about time to wrap this thing up.
Oh yeah, I had a blast. Time. I had a blast, and I'm going to go on my lunch break nap anyway. So this is perfect timing here.
Lunch break nap must be nice.
Mm-hmm. But I do appreciate being able to jump on. It was good talking to both you and Blaine. And for everyone in the chat, it's a pleasure. Always a pleasure seeing Punk Waddle. Jeremiah is also a friendly face that I always see when I visit Blaine's live chat on his channel. So, yes. Cool dude. Even though he's wrong about the moon being cheese, it's actually cheese product. And he's right. JTF means Justin Trudeau Force. And so anyway, I just want to say goodbye to Christian Phantom Greek, Mrs. Abazi, Alex Moore, all good seeing you. And back to you, Pop.
Yeah, thanks. And great to have you on, DJ. You're on tomorrow as well. You're having your own stream tomorrow. Let people know what's up for you tomorrow and in the coming new year.
That's I should have scheduled my stream for tomorrow while on right now, so I could just put a straight link, but instead I would just put a link to my channel. And basically tomorrow night at 10:45 p.m. Eastern time, we will have I will have my Monday show, which I have every Monday at 10:45 p.m. And so keep your eyes out. If you subscribe to me, you'll get a notification, and I will have a special guest on who might be here already talking to me right now. But jokes aside, I appreciate you being willing to join. And because I'm off from work on Tuesday, I will welcome people who are currently in the chat Potentially, So yeah, hit me up if anybody wants to jump in on the panel. But right now, I extend an invitation to Punk Waddle if he's interested. But either way, no pressure there. And yeah, for the rest of the new year, I'm just gonna roll with it. I just finished my Victory Gundam, but it needs some paint. It needs some touch up.
Oh,
It needs to get the water slide decals, which I'm a little bit intimidated by the water slide decals. But I'm gonna take that part slow.
yeah, do
Um,
that. Yep.
yeah, definitely gonna take it slow. And then I'm gonna 3D print some spaceships this year. That's definitely on the docket. We'll have to paint whatever spaceship I print. In fact, I did some touch-up work on a ship yesterday. I'll show that to you tomorrow night. You'll see what I'm talking about. And
Oh, very
the
good.
rest,
Very good.
well, I'll just wing it because I think that winging it, I think sometimes spontaneity works for my type of flow, and so I'm gonna roll with it.
You betcha. Right on. Well, thanks a lot for being on. It was and for everybody that stopped in, Whoopa and Blaine. It was always a pleasure. I like hearing Blaine's thoughts on things. He's a very smart gentleman. And DJ Ronnie G, you are the tech guru we can all look up to when we need some tech savvy advice. That's the way I see it, anyway. And to everyone in the chat, it was great to see you all stop by. I mean, there were so many of you today. You guys always make it fun. Like Jake D and Irate Specialist, Kitty Bear stopped in, Jay's daddy, Nico, who was on stream for a little bit. That was good to hear from him. That's when we were talking about AI and all that. And Alex Moore, of course, the working man. He's catching up on his anime stuff. And Punk Waddle, it's always a pleasure to see you. I like hearing all your stories, your ponderances. Yeah, Jack Chrono, he stopped in. And then, of course, Geminier. You always got the good jokes, can make me laugh there with your humor. It's fun stuff.
Oh, before I drop my transmission, I just want to say, because I'm about to disconnect, I'm going to be watching you on YouTube after I disconnect, but I think Punk Waddle and Snacks might be doing a Nip and Nag stream on Tuesday, but if anybody wants to see, people building Gundam models, subscribe to Snacks and Friends, and that's all I want to say about that. So, yeah, thank you very much, Pop Culture Mechanic.
No problem. And you have yourself a good rest of your day and have a great new year. Be safe out there. Watch out for the celebratory people in, Times Square and all that.
I most certainly will. I'm going to be taking a bike ride to visit my friend's house after work. So after a 13-hour shift, I will take a bike ride on the road full of drunk people. Now, the joke side, I will be careful, and I hope you do the same. And, be safe and have a happy new year.
Yes, thank you.
Word. Catch you later, bro.
Yeah. Okay. And for all the rest of you, from myself and Mrs. Mechanic, I wish you all a happy new year. Be safe out there. Celebrate responsibly. Don't get into too much trouble. Let's make 2024 a best year ever. I'll set a goal of hitting 1,000 subscribers. I'm at 859 right now. So should be able to do that in 2024. There's going to be more trades talks coming out, more pictures of stuff from the trades, and more gameplay and more anime shows to go through. So, should be a great time. I hope to see you all around there. You guys, I appreciate your support. But until, I guess tomorrow on DJ Ronnie's channel, that's where I'll be. And then on Tuesday, it'll be Trades Talk Tuesday. So until then, everyone, Happy New Year. I've been Pop, and I am signing off.